Could you please repeat the question, Alderman Hunter?
So the reduction in purchases from the City of Calgary in the water and wastewater.
The beginning of every year, we budget our estimated consumption that we will be purchasing from Calgary, and we just have not seen that high consumption number coming through. So I think it relates to a couple things, mainly water conservation efforts from residents and lower growth than we anticipated this year as well with single-family dwellings.
And through the chair, what percentage are you seeing lower than what was budgeted?
Sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can get that for you for this afternoon.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Have you got anything down there, Fred? I can't see if you got a letter. I just have one question. Reduction in fine revenue. What was driving that? I'm seeing here a officer vacancies noted in Municipal Enforcement Department for a total of 155. We increased the police by 8 last year, did we not? But our fine revenue went down.
Sure. Or do you want to? Okay, sorry.
We're blessed today because we have all of our expertise in the room, and your fuller explanation can come from the areas that are responsible for it.
Through the chair, you're correct. We did get the all 8 new members. For the vast majority, those members are focusing on crime reduction, those types of things. So investigations, serving court time, very little that goes into traffic.
So the officer vacancies that has been noted in here, is that ME vacancies or yes. In the reduction?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
How many officers were we short?
There's just a period of time. I think right now we're at full complement, and so I can't recall off the top of my head exactly the months that we were without.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
May I just add one
Sure.
thing to that, if I can? Just, it's kind of, the whole piece around our fine revenue associated to what comes through with our municipal enforcement officers, our RCMP officers. We're currently, from a finance perspective, spending a lot more energy right now really getting more into how we actually make those projections to begin with, really trying to analyze our trends as those dollars come in. There's a lot of factors involved in there, and I guess one thing that we're learning is that we've been taking some pretty simple calculations in order to be able to create those budget estimates to begin with, and we probably have to get down to a deeper level to determine something a bit more sophisticated around making some better projections. So I think to me that variance talks about 2 things. We were likely off on our budgets to begin with. We've been struggling with that for the last couple of years. And secondly, it's always very difficult because of criminal record checks that have to happen before our employees can start, that cause delays, how and where our RCMP officers are deployed to and how much time they're spending on traffic, etc. We've pretty much been going down the road of saying, well, if we add 6 officers, for example, on the RCMP side, then it's an average of X amount of money coming in for fine revenues, and that's just not coming out to be true, right? So we just need to we are getting to a different level of budget estimates and being able to make better projections on our where we're going to be at the end of the year. That particular revenue line, I also wanted to note that when we made the projection at Q2, it was probably, we said that it was going to be off about $300,000, and Stephanie has spent quite a bit of time on it over the last month or so, and just she's feeling much more confident around what that number is going to end up at, and that's why you're seeing it now at Q3 being projected out at $155,000 less than budget. So a few factors in there I just wanted to share with you, if that's okay.
And through the
Thank
chair.
you. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that Detachment Commander Gord Sage will be here this afternoon. He'll be presenting his budget, so if there's any questions related to revenues or officer count, that sort of thing, then he'll be here to answer some of those.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Alderman Hunter.
On the ME piece, could you come back with how long a period of time you didn't have those officers and what relation that had to the variance, please?
Sure thing.
Anything else? Oh, sorry, Alderman Burley.
Well, if there's no more questions, I'll just make a motion to accept for information.
All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Moving on, I think this is where Paul was going to jump in, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right with that, Lucy?
That is correct. Alderman Chapman, we can move into the 2016 deliberation process. Paul wanted to make some opening remarks to the committee, and then after that I can just come back and speak about third quarter and how that ties into the 2016 operating budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to take probably 2 to 5 minutes of your time, and probably primarily because you guys spend the last parts of this year-long process with the approval, and I wanted to flesh out, I guess, some of my thoughts of what got us here and some of the things I'm seeing. And because it is truly a year-long process, I know we went through capital, and you got a good appreciation for that. This budget year, 2016, and I could say every budget year is challenging, but this one was challenging for different reasons. And the first variable that we've had to deal with for many years is high growth. And as you well know, our population count, or our customers, continue to grow by 3,000 to 4,000 residents a year. And this is even in spite of the Alberta economy. Currently, we still keep on growing, and that's evidenced by, in June, we grew another 3,800 people. And our permits, and I just checked with the building folks this morning, and you heard, this year only slightly off. The unit type has changed, but the unit count is only off slightly. And next year we're projecting, I guess this is where it gets tricky, is the difference from years past is we do know the economy, people in our community are suffering. So these very customers we keep increasing, a number of them are experiencing some tough times. So in terms of budgeting a year out, and for 2016, becomes somewhat of a forecasting challenge, because you even look at various economists that project coming out of it sometime in 2016, or some not till the end of 2016, and then we have this Airdrie bubble effect, because we've been through these things before, and as we're telling the story here, we do keep growing. Now, we do expect slightly less growth next year, and there is some trepidation. Because we don't know what's going to happen. But that in itself, in 2016, understanding the economy and still trying to provide the services, because this is going to be the time, if the economy is bad, this is going to be the time they're going to really rely on us to keep providing those services to this increased base of customers. And so we're kind of like a different business than a lot, is that when the economy is bad, our customers don't go away, and this is when they rely on us more than ever. And so with that, I just wanted to point out some things that I always look for as key indicators to me. And you've heard it before, but the Taxpayers Federation always look at a growth plus inflation factor. So for Airdrie, that be this year 6.9% growth, and CPI is in that 1 to 1.5% range. So you're in that low 8% range, of which the Taxpayer Federation would say that's a reasonable look at increase. Now, what I look for, though, is I don't jump to the revenues, because we do get some revenues from these people. I go to the expense column, and your general, if you look at a number under general operating expenses, we're only growing by 6%. And that's a number that's somewhat controllable in terms of cost by our budget leaders. So that is below those who've been here a long time, and I think it's what's caused us to be very, I guess, lean compared to our comparable cities, and that's when we add new staff, we always try and do that below our growth rate. And this year, again, growth at 6.9%, You'll see when we get to staffing, we're at 4.57%. So again, growing staff at a lesser rate than our customer rate. And if you paid attention, sorry, didn't mean it that way. If you looked at, I sometimes don't pay attention. If you looked at Lucy's opening presentation, I think you'll see some of that evidence in terms of staffing as part of the overall expenditure pie went down by 1%, and we're sitting, I think it was 41%. So that's just demonstrative. And that, if you go to our benchmarks in Alberta, that's already at a number that's probably the lowest amongst our comparative cities. With that, I know what's proposed in here. We talked to you about our salary program, and I believe strongly, as you know, it's our staff that are the bread and butter providing service. And I'm very pleased. Hope you appreciated the work that went into updating our salary system, because I think it's very important that we have a system that pays our staff complement fairly. And if you don't have that, then that's when things start to erode. And so our salary increase is COLA. It's actually could be considered less than COLA. And Lucy will show you evidence from her treasurer's meeting. So at 1%, we're actually keeping, I think, a very responsible increase, as well as our proposed tax increase compared to other communities. And you just, I get the newspaper articles from, Edmonton, Calgary, you go to your mid-sized meetings. So what we're proposing to you, I think, when we started out was a lot higher. It was more in that 6 to 8% when we started reviewing it as senior staff. Really trying to strike that balance. I feel we brought in a very business responsible budget at a 3.5% tax increase to our customers. And that's comparable to everybody else, even though we've grown a lot more than they have. And so overall, I just wanted to make the statement strongly that I believe we've worked very hard at recognizing what's out there and bringing to you a very responsible budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Moving on to the salaries, wages, and benefits, could we give Alderman Colson a few minutes? I think it'd be important if she's here. We're way ahead of schedule, so if that's okay, if we can wait for Candace to show up for this next presentation. Okay. So you guys talk amongst yourself, sing.
Sing.
Okay. Just approve the agenda, some opening remarks, some stuff from Paul, nothing, you can speak to Paul about it, but we held off on this salary, wages, and benefits until you got here, just so you're here for this one. So Lucy, I guess whenever you're ready. I guess we have to wait for Sharon. Oh, okay, you're good, okay.
Thank you, Alderman Chapman. Just one sec while we just get our presentations going again. My other one's gone.
No, it's there. Where's your salaries? Yeah.
So just picking up from third quarter results, like I said, this gives us an opportunity from a finance perspective to relook at our assumptions that we've made going into this 2016 budget. And what normally happens as well is 3/4 of the way into 2015, you also oftentimes get some other information that influences some of the figures that we have. So as a result, and before you get into the various different areas for the specific budgets, I just wanted to put this out there for you to consider as we go along, and we'll come back to this at the end of all of our presentations. You did may or may not have saw one of the things that Pelkey did highlight is on franchise fees, is we are looking at, was it 379, almost $400,000 more than budget, yet again on our franchise fees. You know, I love this revenue stream because it always grows, and it's great that way. What happens, or how we actually predict this particular figure, is that we are given rate calculators from Fortis in order to actually make our estimates on budget, make our estimates on our projections as we go along. What Shannon's finding is that historically, probably for the last 3 years or so, that whatever it is, whatever factors that go into our calculation, and it probably more so lands on the place of our growth in our city, it's always off. So in saying that, Shannon's come back and she feels comfortable adjusting the figure that she's put into 2016 operating budget by another $200,000. So putting that out there, that is a place that we can increase our revenue that is not reflected in what's in front of you right now. Okay, so that can be something that can be changed. And the second, which is another nice piece of extra revenue coming forward now that the province has released their 2015-16 operating budget, we have some better confirmation around what that whole MSI sustainability fund was going to be putting out there for municipalities. We're feeling previous government, just to give you a bit of a recap, was going down the road of there was a $50 million operating fund that was sitting there from the beginning of that program. They were looking to phase it out over a 3-year period. That's how you saw it reflected inside of our budgets over 2015, 16, 17, etc. It was to disappear. With this budget coming forward just over a couple weeks ago, they do have the $50 million pot in there over the course of the 3 years. So we're feeling comfortable that we can actually add that number out there to the 2016 budget, and that's $362,000. Okay. So those are the things on the positive side generally. There's also things on the negative side as well. Paul alluded to our conversations around, I guess, as we wrap this budget up as administration. One thing that still makes us a little bit nervous is what's going to happen, what is truly who no one really knows, what will our economy look like as you get into 2016. We probably, to generalize, we feel that we've been a bit too aggressive. And again, as we roll up our numbers for 2015, third quarter, take a hard look at what's coming in on building inspection revenue. Great story so far. They're on target up to the end of third quarter 2015. They absolutely know that it's dropped off for this quarter. So that's why you still see in 2015 projections that they're still going to be off their revenue by 7%. Going into 2016, that's the basis that we use to budget. So we pretty much said to ourselves what we've brought in 2015 is what we're going to be expecting in 2016. My question out there, is that too aggressive? So that's the lingering thought from an administration perspective is, have we been too aggressive on that piece of revenue? And I guess as we rethink it, probably what would make us a little bit more comfortable is that we drop that by $100,000. And I'll just leave that at that, something to think about. As accountants, one of the big things we are taught is be conservative. Don't overshoot, and at least you're protected as you move forward. All right, so that sort of ends that piece, and if it's all right, any questions about that before I just go into what we wanted to put out to you for salary, wages, and benefits?
Alderman Hunter, go ahead, please.
Can you just clarify what you mean by being aggressive?
What I mean by aggressive. Well, I guess as you move into any planning period, you will make X number of assumptions in order to determine what your revenue pieces are going to be, what your expense pieces are going to be. You're often, obviously you're almost a year out from the period that you are trying to plan for. So we made our assumptions, as I had mentioned, around what we were seeing in 2015, and we said to ourselves, that's likely what we're thinking, that's likely what we're going to see in 2016. So since we struck that initial budget, which we would have done that in something like June, July period, early August, lots of things happen in the economy. You're seeing price of oil per barrel being still extremely volatile. You're seeing projections come out from a provincial budget, for example, that are pegging oil at a $75 a barrel, and all the talk out there is that's extremely aggressive. We have the fall economic report, which we rely heavily on from Calgary, that make their projections out. I guess one thing that I draw from that particular, going from a second quarter to a third quarter, is it just speaks to the volatility in the market to me. They are very different. And I guess that's sort of what makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and I would probably go to a place where I'd want to be adjusting our revenue figures so that it doesn't leave us so much on a limb for 2016. Not sure if does that explain?
Yeah, that
What I
points
mean?
me in the right direction. Thanks, Lucy.
Yep.
Alderman Coulson, can I let Paul go ahead here? I think he had something. Are you speaking to this, Paul?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I just wanted to maybe add a little bit to what Lucy had to say. So it was the word aggressive. Revenue side only, and I think I was trying to allude to those in my comments, because this has been a difficult year. When you start this budget in June to where we are today, you keep getting more and more information on what's happening. And I know as we proceeded, we became less comfortable with some of those growth assumptions and where they impact our revenue streams. What I wanted to draw you to, though, is how we come to some of those numbers is we get our group of experts together. So that's, what do we call them, BEEP? So it's your building guys, your assessment, engineering, planning, and they take all of their, I guess, intelligence that they gather out in the industry and the people they work with, and that's how they come up with the growth figures and then therefore the corresponding revenue. But as I say, I mean, you're planning this for 2016. As time goes on, you get better information, and I think that's what Lucy's alluding to here is I think it would be astute to lower some of those expectations, this one in particular, just to hedge our bets for next year. So that would be our recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Coulson.
Thank you. Lucy, if we decreased it by 100,000, what kind of a percentage is that, I guess, as far as building inspections go? Is that a 20%? Is that a 10%?
So just while Pelkey's making that calculation for you, our revenue that comes in from building inspection is $3.6 million.
Okay.
So the 100,000 isn't much.
2.7.
2.7.
Now, with no new CASPs, like we still haven't made those decisions yet of bringing new lands on, will that affect us in 2016, or is that more of a 2017, 2018 to see movement on those?
There may be some better experts in the room to answer that than I, Lauren, maybe.
Through the chair, the question was, when could we expect to see CASP revenue?
Well, we haven't finished the land use bylaw yet. We're still looking at what lands we're going to bring on with servicing studies. So just wondering when that's all ready to roll, is that going to affect our 2016, or is this more a 2017, 2018 concern?
Through the chair, I would suggest that's probably more of a 2017. I guess it is possible that could be coming in late 2016, but more likely 2017.
So we're not expecting revenue from those annexed lands that we have? Okay.
I don't believe we've booked that in. I think in any event, through the chair, we are experiencing quite an active neighborhood structure plan environment right now. In fact, I think we had 4 or 5 being considered at this point in time. Some of those will trigger CASP amendments as well, but in terms of substantive new CASP plans, we would expect 2017.
So that 100,000 we're looking at is mostly sold houses that there's permits coming in on and that kind of a thing? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, what the team leader for building inspections does is he actually phones all the builders and gets, I guess, a forecast of what they're looking at next year. And through that, that's what he formulates his budget initially. And we do this quite early. I think as time went on, and he's had further dialogue with the industry, I think he's becoming more and more nervous, and that's hence why we're suggesting a correction.
If I can just
Please, Lucy, go ahead.
if I could just add one other thing to that, it's interesting discussion, and this is why sometimes we go to the place of calling Airdrie that we operate in this bubble, and even that in itself makes it very difficult to make projections out to 2016 for budget and projections for third quarter, where we're actually going to be at the end of the year. It's very interesting because right now on a planning side, they also for the third quarter are projecting hundreds of thousands more in revenue than what they budgeted for. The activity that's come in our planning department has been high. But however, there's lots of activity there, but there's various steps in the whole development process, from those initial applications to when developers actually start stripping and grading, start building product, and then that cycle hits us, say a year and a half later when you're looking at the building inspection piece. And then that cycle hits us maybe 6 months after that when you have these droves of people coming into our building that are looking for setting up utility accounts, tax accounts, the whole building their deck in the backyard, etc. So that whole piece of us being in a bubble just it just makes it very difficult to draw those conclusions around what truly is going to happen to us. We're protected to a certain extent, but you also want to be very aware of what's happening outside of that bubble, because it is likely, generally things like that don't last forever either.
Paul, did you have something you wanted to add, or I saw you laid on there briefly?
Sure. I put my old planner hat on here, and I'm seeing what's happening out there. I think Tracy would tell you we have probably a good enough inventory of lots to accommodate 2016 for actual build. What you're seeing out there are new areas, NSPs, ASP. They're positioning for when things start to rebound. So that also brings in revenue, though, those long-term plans, rezoning. So you may see that kind of activity. It may not translate as much into lots in actual construction. And I find it interesting, even you can see the positioning just south of our borders on Center Street, 2 major stripping and grading projects just north of Stoney. And again, combinations of developers moving ahead or positioning themselves for the recovery. So.
Perfect, thank you. Lucy, I just had one question. The new information, the positive stuff there, the 200,000 franchise fees and 362,000 MSI, that's not in our budget as this year.
That's correct. Those 2 items up there as the positives are not in your existing 2016 proposed budget.
So if I'm doing the math here, basically, that's an increase, taking the $100,000 off, that's an increase of 462,000,
Correct.
which equates down to a little better than 1%, doesn't it?
Correct.
Just 1%.
Practically 1.
So with that, we're already down to 2.5. Am I correct in assuming that, roughly?
If that's the way the committee wants to roll that into what's in front of you.
Okay, thank you. And did you want to move forward now with your presentation?
No other questions on that? Okay. Just going to get out of this particular presentation. You do have in front of you, we've printed out the salary, wages, and benefits. Slides that I have up here. Again, we thought that they would be useful to you. You can refer back to them. We have some pertinent information for each one of our different areas in here as well, as I'll speak to in a little bit. So it is typical for us, before we get into our various departments, just to give you this overall context of salary, wages, and benefits. It is one of our very large pieces in our budgets, and as you've heard us say many times before, delivering our municipal services is very highly dependent on people. We are at 41% of the overall pie as we look at what's proposed forward for 2016, and as Paul has mentioned, this is down 1 whole percentage point from what we were seeing in 2015. So just a bit of review of the way that we pay our staff. We have two methods that exist. I'm sure many of you are very well aware of this, that one being unionized. At this point in this organization, we are dealing with only one union, and that's fire, and we are currently in the process of negotiating our second contract with this group. And as far as unions go, unions have various ways that they get some protection for their members, ensuring that they're compensated in a fair and equitable way. For our non-union staff, and that was one additional piece of information I've thrown out here, we are talking about 87% of our workforce is non-unionized. In the city of Airdrie, we have 13% that are unionized. And we do have a defined compensation policy that's set by our CAO that's in place for how we actually compensate our non-unionized workers. And this compensation method has 3 overall goals. We offer compensation programs that blend our market competitive data with our internal equity. We try to focus on attracting and retaining exceptional people to deliver and sustain our high quality of public services. And we want to manage a compensation with the understanding that the city of Airdrie is funded by taxpayers. So always looking to affordability as well as we consider our principle number 1 and our principle number 2. When you have this type of environment in an organization, it's just very important to try to ensure that everybody is feeling fair, feeling that there's fairness and equity between both of the groups. Otherwise what you have is you have non-unionized workers looking to what unionized workers are getting. So just new for 2016 is our much needed updated compensation model. Earlier this year, Council received a presentation from Director of People and Organizational Efficiency that was related to this new model. Post that particular presentation, the Council did ask for a copy of that PowerPoint that Judy prepared, and I've handed that out and gave that to you. I'll put that on your spots this morning for you to for your use. And just a couple of things for our new compensation model. We now have moved to 3 ladders. We have a professional ladder, operations, and recreation. Within the new model, some singular type positions were broken down further to reflect the various skills and knowledge needed for the types of work involved, and equity was tested. And within the work that was done by the consultants that we used when we were walking through determining what this new model would look like, and this is a change from previous years, our market data has been tested against thousands of lines of data. There's 200 private organizations that our particular bands were tested against, 30 municipalities, and focusing on Alberta's region, mostly in the south. We just, as a note at the bottom of that slide, that we are proposing that the new compensation model, the new ladders, take effect for July 1st, 2016. That is what you're seeing in the proposed budget in front of you. Just further on what all of that is looking like in the 2016 operating budget. For our unionized group, whatever the potential requirements are have been worked into that budget. On the non-unionized side, we look at factors for COLA, cost of living. We have incorporated our salary survey adjustments. This is all typical. We've done this forever in this organization in this way. For 2016, for non-unionized, there are no additional benefits being put out there. Okay, so no changes to the benefits that those people receive. And there's minimal cost increases for benefits. So this is another piece of good news. For many years in the past, we've dealt with some very significant increases on the benefit side. Through our negotiations, there's no increases that will affect us up to the middle of 2016, and there's a percentage increase that has been incorporated just to consider that for the last half of the year, there may be some changes out there to the cost of benefits. Okay. So if we take a look at our cost of living, we do have a 1% factor, again, for non-unionized employees. And what we do for this is we go and we take a look at Calgary's region. We always use the inflation factors that are there for Calgary region and rely on the army of economists that sit in that organization to give us that particular information. When we looked at of course, the spring report is what is out when we first prepare this budget, and the CPI factor at that particular point was 1.3%. With the fall report that was released, I think, a couple of weeks ago, it is telling us that that CPI factor is 1.5%. Over the province for Alberta, CPI is being projected out at 2%.
Lucy, just briefly, if you can go back to that last slide.
Yes?
Are those 2015 numbers or 2016 numbers?
Those are the projected factors for 2016.
They are projected for 2016.
Correct.
Okay, that's not an actual from.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So just, again, I mean, we often, as we go through budget, we're testing and retesting. Some recent information on salary, wages, and benefits that we collected from across the province. Last week, Airdrie did host a city treasurers meeting, and as part of that day, we always share budget pressures across the board. Just keeping in mind that a number of these municipalities are unionized to some extent, and these are the factors that they were seeing overall in their budgets. So what this does demonstrate for us is that our assumptions are, I guess we would call them fairly solid. They're still in line with what we're seeing there on cost of living increases, still in line with what we're seeing across the province. And just the last little piece on this slide is another piece that we always look at when we're looking to control our costs, salary, wages, and benefits being a large piece. We do look to our municipal benchmarks. It's always something important to keep in mind as well, and I'm sure you guys are aware that we sit practically at the bottom of that scale. What this would really say to me is that maybe we have a staffing problem. It's really quite a large gap out there.
Alderman Burley, please.
Thank you, Alderman Chapman. Lucy, I just want to confirm, so the percentages we're seeing here are including whatever their salary surveys, COLA, et cetera, what they're recommending, and so our total would be 1.75?
That's correct.
Okay,
so our salary survey is 0.75 of the total
And COLA is 1.
budget. COLA is 1.
Okay, thank you.
There's our total. Okay.
And so those numbers are the COLA increase of basically Red Deer, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat. And on a salary comparable basis, how do we compare to?
On a salary level comparable, because I couldn't say what that looks like. All I could say is that many of those organizations, and maybe Judy, correct me if I'm wrong, would have been considered when we did our new compensation model, the salary survey for the year. Those would have been included in there. You are correct. Thank you.
So we're basically comparable to the other communities.
I guess that's what those numbers speak to me as well, is you want to, as we test our salaries every second year, you want to make sure that we can be competitive enough that we're still can compete with the people that, with these different municipalities that are drawing on the same pool or trying to get the same type of expertise in their operations, right? We don't want to be too far off. And if we, by adding 1% COLA, by making sure that we have the adjustments for our salary survey, what it tells me is that we're still in line. So that's a good thing.
Perfect. Thank you. Alderman Haig.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. So we're looking at, when you look at Red Deer and their amounts, and you mentioned that some of those are unionized environments. Could those increases be negotiated previously as part of 2-3 year deals, and that's why they're that high?
I would have to say that's very possible and likely very true. And what they were reporting back at the table was what they were seeing generally as their overall increases year over year on salary, wages, and benefits. That would include various number of union agreements for the different organizations, and a mix between unionized and non-unionized. Many of them at some of their administration levels, for example, would not be unionized. So many tended to have groups that weren't unionized, probably smaller groups than us. We're pretty unique in the fact that more than 80% of our workforce is non-unionized, and then what their overall agreements are.
Thank you. Would this be appropriate time to ask a question on benefits and the benefits provider? Or
Sure.
I don't see why not. If you,
so just a question on benefits. You mentioned that there has been an increase over time. Now, in terms of negotiating, we're with the providers at Manulife for everybody? And so do they provide an annual costing when we do those negotiations?
What we do with the benefits provider is Manulife provides us an estimate every year of what their costs will be. We then take that to a consultant on an annual basis to compare what other carriers would be providing so that we make sure that we're getting the same basket of goods for the best price.
Okay, and so they've, in terms of increased cost of benefits, is it, have they reported on the increased cost of certain drugs and things like that that's causing pressure towards all benefit providers?
In some cases, it's drug. In a lot of cases, it's usage. So depending on what basket of goods are being used and what the cost of those basket of goods are, we saw some significant changes in terms of some of the drug usage actually going down this year because some of the designer drugs, if you want to call it, came down. Where we found it was more the para-medical stuff, so physio, chiropractic, those kinds of things, that we saw some significant increases this year, and as a result, there's a correction in those costs.
Okay, and then one follow-up. So the consultant, you said, Judy, sorry, that you do it annually? The
Yes.
consultant checks annually for best deal?
We renegotiate our contract every spring for a July 1st start, and what they do in the January to April phase is they basically survey the market, take a look at what it was, and we had a full review of the benefits done along with the whole salary survey piece that we did.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Colson.
Thank you. Just wondering about the June start for the COLA and the salary survey. So are these comparable numbers, are they June starts as well, or are they January starts, or are they April starts?
Depends on the municipality. A lot of municipalities will start, they'll do their COLA in January, and then if there's any other adjustments, they'll do it later in the year, either in April, May, or in the summertime.
Because I guess I'm just, my vague understanding of accounting, I'm wondering then, if it's a 1.75 altogether increase that starts in June, is that 1.7? No, I'm getting head shakes.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Candace.
Okay, sorry, I think this is back to Lucy.
I'll just clarify that right now in the proposed operating budget, we have a 1% COLA that's set to take effect January 1st, 2015, and the adjustments, 2016, thank you, and the adjustments for salary survey will take effect July 1st, 2016.
Okay, so the 0.75% that takes effect in July, is that spread out for the whole year? So like next year, if it takes effect in January, right, with everything else, is it still a 0.75 or does it go higher because it's the full year and not half year?
So the full year cost will hit in 2017,
Okay,
not 2016.
okay,
So we will allow a cost of living increase that hits everybody, all positions, beginning of 2016. And then just a reminder that the salary survey pieces is not
Yeah,
a
not for
0.75 across the
everybody.
board. It's
Yeah.
just specific positions, whatever needed to be adjusted, and that will just change as of the middle of the year.
okay, I understand that
Got
better,
it?
thank
Okay.
you.
Deputy Mayor Bellick.
Thank you. Lucy, when we're talking about a 1% COLA increase, what's the dollar figure we're looking at there?
I do have some slides on that just a little bit further
Okay.
on. Great.
Thank you. Nothing else? Go ahead, Lucy, please.
Okay, great. So just a quick slide here on, as all this relates to our economic environment, lots of talk out there about how corrections to the high cost of salary, wages, and benefits in the province will have to change as we move forward. That whole dramatic drop that's there in those oil prices means that many of those private companies will have to rethink their operations. I think this is typical for them. Very cyclical type operations in this particular province. They'll, on a low like this, they'll have to be rethinking what they're doing, how they do it, and more than likely they will be making changes to what they pay people, right? On the left side of this slide, just wanted to demonstrate a little bit how that works in our own compensation model that's there. This is a continuous cycle for us, right? We just did the salary survey right now in 2015. That takes effect in 2016, and we'll implement those results coming from that salary survey. In 2017, we'll be out there yet again to go and survey those salaries another time, right? And whatever changes come forward from 2017, you may see things that are adjustments in the market at that particular time. Those will go into effect in 2018. So just as we move forward with our salary survey information for 2016, there are items that are red circled, there are items that are green circled, there's changes to the grids that happen. That will happen in 2018 as well. So that's where things that happen in the market will get picked up within our particular process as well. So just wanted to demonstrate that out there. A quick little slide again on how as City of Airdrie, we do reap a number of benefits from our non-unionized staff. There's a lot of statistical information that supports these particular benefits that I've listed on the screen. I'm not trying to say that a union environment doesn't work for an organization. It does. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that for us, we do end up having greater flexibility. We do feel that it makes our people more innovative. We've been able to develop a very, very strong culture. We have a culture of great ownership with our employees. It gives job enrichment. Don't have a whole lot of red tape to go through when we're looking at what people are responsible for, etc. We can move very quickly to change what's in people's preview, move them to places that they're more suited for, etc. There's less entitlement, and we do see lower cost per capita. I think this is one of our pieces that flows into the success. We keep our costs at the lowest per capita than any of our mid-sized cities in the province, and I do believe that our workforce contributes to that. It's a happy workforce gets you good results. The opposite of that, what you want to avoid, obviously, is the opposite of that, right? And that's when you draw on some risks because your unsatisfied workers start to question whether things are fair, they're less productive, that drives your cost up. Lots of statistical information to demonstrate that. Just getting into some of the costing numbers. You've seen this presented in our overall budget presentation. In total, we're looking at about $50 million in salary, wages, and benefits. This is a $3.1 million change from the year before, 6.69% increase. Most of the change is in the salary line, some in wages. You see an increase here. This is part of this is driven by just reinstating the Genesis Place part-time staff that were not there during the closure of the year before. Our proposed new staffing, there's a total of 20.85 new FTEs that are proposed in the budget. Administration uses growth, as Paul has mentioned. We always use growth as part of our factors to test whether we are in line or not. Overall, we've got 4.57% as an increase, and that's compared to the 6.92% growth factor for 2015. So these proposed changes, as each of the directors makes their presentations to you, they'll speak more about the different positions that are included in each one of these categories here.
Lucy, I'm looking at this 4.57% as compared to our population growth of 6.92, and somebody spoke to that. We really can't expect to increase your staffing by the same percentage that a city grows, can you? Like, I don't understand that. Yeah, it's apples and oranges. It doesn't take, if your city grows that much, you don't need the same percentage of employees, do you? I have trouble following that one.
So when we talk about that, I think we use it as a parameter or a guideline. And in a way, and the police use this all the time, right? They say you need 1 cop per 1,000 people. So there's an example. And admittedly, we jump all over that and say, yes, that's a guideline, but it also depends on clearance rates, the type of crime in your community, that sort of thing. So in the same light, this is just one kind of measurement. But having said that, if you increase your customer base by so much, that comes with roads and snow clearing and garbage removal and all those things. So there definitely is an increase to your customer base. I'm not, but as a parameter, and we have continually, as long as I've been here, used that to not match growth, but to use that as a guideline of not of being less than that. And this shows actually, if you take the Genesis adjustments out, you're actually less than half of growth, or at about half that rate. So it's more along with the other parameters we used or that I talked about in terms of looking at your expenditure side overall, your salaries as a percentage of your overall cost. Those are just a lot of measurements of control, and so that I hope that answers your question.
Perfect. Alderman Hunter.
Can you, further to that, can you just speak to the Genesis reinstatement? How much of that $567K was directly as a result of the reinstatement?
I don't have that number with me right now, but Tara can get that for us quickly. So
Yes, please.
just probably before, at any break time, we'll just dig that out and provide that back to the committee. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just as we grow as a city, staffing needs can be broke down into these three categories. As we take on and we maintain more of a land mass, pressures exist to keep up with things like snow removal, parks, etc., as Paul has talked about, and this drives our staffing needs at that operational level. As well, and more we're seeing this in this next category of our professional type staff. As we get more complicated, you need different types of professionals, and we are seeing that it's very important. I just spoke briefly, I guess it's a little example, even the whole fines revenue piece with the municipal enforcement RCMP. We're not so simple anymore. Our operations are becoming much more complicated, and that requires different roles. You've heard Palki speak at, I think, our capital meeting as she introduced our financial analysts. Huge need to make sure that we ensure that we have more professionals that are in that role so that they can provide that expertise in pieces like those financial pieces of information. Very important. And it's the time when you start to also consider to bring those types of expertise in-house instead of relying on going out on a consulting basis, for example, and drawing on professionals, that there becomes a time when you bring those professionals in-house and it's much more cost-effective. And finally, in your leadership positions, there are requests for team leaders, coordinators, and managers. Just a little piece on the far right there. As good organizations, you know to pay attention to structure, and your rule of span of controls, for example, is usually around that 3 to 7. And in your package, you'll see that there's a request for a coordinator and building inspection. I just put this out here just to demonstrate. There's almost 20 people that are reporting to one team leader, and that's not really very feasible, nor very efficient, nor very effective. I'm not to speak, I mean, they do great work, but it just shows an area where, as we've grown so fast as well, if you looked at our org structure, it's starting to balloon into various different areas. And it's places that we really need to pay attention to as well. Where do you need those extra levels of coordinators in order to be effective at your work? Where do you need additional leaders, etc.? And next in the slides, and we've left them with you, we always come down to discussions about individual positions. They're here in your slides by each one of our different areas we've provided with you with the positions that are included in their asks. So one for each area.
A quick question, go back to the last slide. Genesis Place, we had an increase of 4 full-time equivalents. I only see 1.2 on here in Genesis Place. Am I missing something? It was on this, just the very last slide you just did.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Next one, there. On the previous slide where we had all the listing of all the full-time equivalents, we had 4.01 added to Genesis. I only see 1.2 here.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Is that?
Good morning, through the chair. The 4 FTEs were the individuals that were laid off during the.
So they're technically not new positions then, is what you're saying? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Are we good?
If you could re-answer that, please, or just in case there is somebody watching.
Yes.
Or I'm sure there is somebody watching. Whoops.
Good morning, through the chair. The question with respect to the 4 FTE that were shown on the previous slide, those 4 FTE were the employees that were laid off during the 3-month shutdown in 2015. They'll be required back as regular resources in a typical operation. They're not new FTEs in 2016.
Alderman Hunter.
So, through the chair, can you speak to that then? So are these rehires same people? Is there a change in the rate, benefits? Are these entry-level people that are coming in? How does that shake out?
Good morning, through the chair. Some of the individuals will be returning and some will be new.
Do we know how many out of 4?
There's probably in excess of 30 employees that make up that 4 FTE. There'll be lifeguards, there'll be customer service representatives, there'll be aquatic instructors. So, I mean, we can give you more specifics, but.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of how many are kind of new hires that so if you do a new hire as opposed to bring someone back who's got some time in with the city, is there a difference between sort of the starting wage and all the benefits as opposed to the one that's been around and is just stepping back into a familiar role?
Yes, returning employees would return at their band step based on our compensation program. New employees will start at the bottom or dependent on their qualifications and experience.
Okay, and so can we get that though, the difference between how many are and how many aren't?
So for 2016, the new FTE for Genesis Place are the 1.2 in aquatics.
So all the people that were laid off,
Right.
30, I believe you said?
I can tell you, we can get that on the break, exactly how many were returned.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of those 30, how many are stepping back into a role? How many are ones that are beginning new with the city?
Okay, let's look at it.
How many people?
28 out of 30.
So there were 30 that were laid off, 28 returned.
Perfect, thank you.
Nothing further. Please continue, Lucy.
Just as we wrap up discussion on Genesis Place FTEs related to the ones that are coming back and the dollar value inside that wage category, it's $296,000. So as I was saying, so for new positions, the listing for each one of the different directors' areas, we've provided for you the different positions. As we go through the departments, we can, each of the directors will probably speak a bit more to the need that they are seeing for this additional staffing that's here. Reminder, new positions for environmental services, these are ones that are rolled into the rate calculations, okay? Fully costed. And I did put a note somewhere, might have passed by it already, that some of these positions, like you have 1.2 added positions for aquatics, for example, those are often, or will be, aquatics, for example, is covered by program revenue. So some of our operations and where you add in staff is driven by the amount of programs that we offer, and that aquatics one would be one example of that. So it's just something to be aware of. You're not always you're not always straight cost when you're talking about ads in employees. Some of our operations are revenue generating operations. Is that true for Burke Church too, to a certain extent? Yes or no? You can talk later about it. Okay.
Lucy, just
So we
one
leave
more-
that for you. Yes.
One more quick question on the, how many hours is considered a full-time person? Is it 37 and a half? Is it 40?
Both.
In Genesis Place and the arenas, typically the operation staff are 40 hours a
Okay.
week. So it's on 2,080.
Well, if I'm looking at like legislative service recording secretary, how many hours is that? 0.15, how many, is that based on a 37 hour? 37 and a half, okay, that's what I need, thank you.
Just taking a last look at personnel cost changes, and this is looking at it in a little bit of a different way. The first slide just tells you overall salary, wages, benefits. This one's just broken down in a different way. So in here, you can see that for our new positions, salary, wages, and benefits, the first two columns there, almost $1.4 million cost associated with the 20-ish new FTE positions that are coming on. You can see here the existing non-unionized positions, what the 1% COLA is, what the cost is. The next line is the cost of living on our union positions. We do have, this is the $375,000 is the salary survey implementation. Benefit increased on existing positions. As we mentioned, there is a small increase at 1% that we've worked into for benefits. And then as well, there's always a bit of a factor on benefits. Some of it's driven by salaries as well. So there's always a little bit, some additional costs that are associated there. The next line is the incremental cost of 2015 employees. Just a reminder, when we bring forward staffing asks in a budget year, generally they are not starting. We have maybe the odd one that we need to be starting at January. Most of them do not start until the second quarter. So we are not costing them until you get into second quarter. That you just need to, we should always be aware that as you move to the next budget year, there is an implication to that. And it just gets picked up. So there's an incremental amount in 2016 associated with the people that we hired in 2015. That's $725,000. Healthcare spending account with additional staff, that's just risen slightly, no change in the benefit out there, and some other smaller costs. We do have, there's an adjustment to the staff vacancy amount. We still maintained the 1.5% we have taken off of all unionized staff positions on the basis of the assumption that still we have people coming in, coming out, and that 1.5% just recognizes that there are various points of times in the year where we have vacancies. We're still feeling pretty comfortable of leaving that percentage at the 1.5% and not increasing it. And just a final piece, as we, from an administration perspective, as we talk about new staff, a lot through our deliberation process, and we do recognize that it is a very significant cost out there when we are adding staff. Just to let you know what our priorities, we do always want to ensure that we are compensating existing staff fairly and equitably, and if at all, and when at all possible, that we incorporate additional staff. So we'd like to ensure that we take care of the ones that are with us now, and then entertain additional staff as we can.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor Balak, your light was on first there.
Through the chair, thank you. So I'm not getting something here. Just a slide before, you say increase in benefits of existing positions, but you said earlier that there was not going to be any increase to benefits. So can you clarify that for me, please?
For sure. The increase to benefits that's sitting here right now, We negotiate our benefits on an annual basis, and Judy gave a little bit of information on how that works. There's no increase to the cost, but our contracts run from a mid-year to mid-year. So we know from January until the end of June, for example, that we will not have any increase to the cost that we pay for each individual benefit. Okay, but what is a unknown is what that will look like for the second half of the year. So in order to put a little bit of room in there, because there is a high likelihood that there will be some cost increases, say in the second half of the year, we've added 1% in there. So I guess it's twofold. For half of the year, we'll be looking at no increases, and for the other half of the year, it's possible that we will be looking at a 1% increase. Okay?
Thanks for that clarification.
Alderman Haig.
Thank you. Council member fees, Lucy.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. Would you like to? Yeah. Okay, so yes. That is the difference in council benefits year over year.
So why do we call them fees versus benefits?
Yes. So Tara has provided me the additional piece of information. There is a COLA amount that's also included for council members, and that's what drives that.
Just, I guess it's the terminology kind of jumps out at me. Versus, is it fees or is it salaries or honoraria, whatever?
Within the existing budgets, it shows as council member fees, taxable and non-taxable. And so it's just the wording that's followed through on the budget that's been there forever. We can look at that if you're concerned with the wording. It's just what it's always been called.
Perfect, thank you. I just have one question. Going on the cost of living on existing union positions, we're going at a 1% cost of living on a union position. Is that not contracted? Is that not negotiated into their contract?
Contracts are currently under negotiation. We're not in camera, so if you want to go in camera, we can provide further information on what we are proposing for, or what we've worked in here for our union position. And we could do that if you'd like.
Well, maybe we'll look at that later when
Sure.
it comes to that department. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Lucy.
That concludes what we wanted to provide to you on salary, wages, and benefits. If there are no further questions on that, we can move forward with our budget presentations for each one of our areas. We do have community services up first. There is a break scheduled if you'd like to take a break. It's a good time for it. We can switch around our presentations if that works for you, and then grab a new refreshment, and then away we go.
Yep. No, we will. We'll take a break now and reconvene at 10:15, and we'll look forward to the next section. Moving forward, go ahead, please, Lucy.
So we move into our first area, and that's community service. So Michelle's all ready to go with presentations for her area. Okay.
Good morning. I'm going to walk you through the proposed budget for 2016 for the business units of community services. So for 2016, the total request for funding is 9.9 million. And for capital, it's just a little over 2 million, which is significantly less than in 2015 for capital. 2015 was largely impacted by transit funding with the South Transit Terminal and a couple of new buses. So these are the business units that comprise community services. With the exception of building operations, all the rest are very much external services to the community. This slide just demonstrates the allocation of manpower by the respective units in comparison to the total of the organization. So community services comprises of 22% of the total manpower. But interesting when you look at the graph, 65% of community services is the employees that work out of Genesis Place. In terms of the year-over-year comparisons, this is just a breakdown of the net increases or decreases. There's a couple really good news stories in here with respect to transit, with a decrease of $310,000 year over year, and I'll tell you more about the story about that. And in terms of Genesis Place, large year-over-year increases on that are the increase in reserves, and then a combination of decreases in revenues and restaffing to previous levels. So building operations is basically the year-over-year request is for an increase of $56,000. Large portion of that is to provide contract services to manage some of the preventative maintenance at the increased and added facilities. So rather than come in with a request for a full-time equivalent, this budget is contemplating and proposing managing some of the increased requirements to provide maintenance for rooftop units at the additional space that we're occupying at the RCMP, as well as some of the startup and commissioning, training and orientation on the new Williamstown Fire Hall. So no increase in the FTEs. Here's a breakdown of some of the specifics. So in terms of personnel costs, these are a combination of the impacts to COLA or in terms of salary survey information. The preventative maintenance increases are for boilers, $12,000 for overhead doors. We have a significant number of overhead doors across our organization. We want to make sure that there's a regular, consistent maintenance schedule, especially with respect to fire halls and emergency response. That's something that's a new level of service for 2016, but based on the risk, we don't want overhead doors that aren't really well maintained and by service experts that do this all the time. So that's a specific contract to manage all of our overhead doors on a priority basis for our emergency service stations. We're also looking at increased elevator maintenance based on 2 elevators, one which is in the public lobby, but in our records area we have an elevator there that's needing some work and different maintenance schedules than what we've previously budgeted for. With the increase in the RCMP space by city staff, there was an increase of $26,000 budgeted for janitorial costs. That can be removed from this budget because it was also budgeted in corporate properties under a lease arrangement, so that can be removed. We've contemplated $22,000 for the external illumination of either Genesis Place or the water tower as part of this budget, which would be an increased level of service. In terms of facility repairs, we're looking at doing some repairs at one of the salt sheds to facilitate increased external storage for public works. We've budgeted to replace part of the flooring at 15 East Lake, and we're looking at retrofitting the lighting in the east barn for $8,000. And across the organization, we've found that keeping up on our quarterly HVAC maintenance, it's just the number and the volume of the number of buildings that we have. And what you also find in this budget is City Hall rent, and it's going up by $18,000. But overall, this budget also illustrates a savings of $19,000 in goods and utilities year over year.
And Alderman Hunter, you've got a question there?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. On your overhead door, preventive maintenance, I want to get a sense of how many, and is that not something, so I have probably 30 overhead doors, different sizes all over the place, and my building operations staff, as a matter of course of their duties, do preventive maintenance on that pretty much on a weekly basis, obviously, since there are things that overhead doors are used quite frequently. So this is a service contract with a service provider that would go to X number of doors?
So just on fire halls alone, we have 28 overhead doors. So it would do the fire hall maintenance on the overhead doors for fire halls on a scheduled basis.
Okay, and so it's fire halls plus? Is that the idea? How many doors are we talking about for?
I believe it's for the 28 doors at the fire hall specifically,
So that's
on a regular scheduled year-round basis.
okay, and so that isn't carried in fire. That's just building ops.
Pardon me?
So if those are specific to the fire hall and the operation of the fire hall, they're not carried in the fire department's budget. They're carried in just building ops.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And then can you speak to elevators? So how many elevators are we talking about for just here? Genesis, so there'd be what? Genesis here?
No, it would be this building, the two fire halls, RCMP building.
So about 5.
It's all civic buildings that building ops supports. It's 23 East Lake, Hill.
And so this is just an increase in the level of service to something that's existing, right? Because I'm assuming you already have maintenance contracts on all your elevators?
That's right.
Okay. So it's just a
This is an
bump up to
increase.
that? Okay.
Yes.
And no life cycle in any of that or component replacements? This is just go in, take a look,
This
and
is just
make
your
sure it's
maintenance
working.
contract. There is a piece in there that, yes, we do carry costs for when we have to replace parts, yes.
Okay, so so on an elevator contract, so on some of mine, I pay a certain fee and that covers all control components, et cetera. It doesn't include the car and, cables and things like that, but part of my contract is they will cover off reasonable repairs in that. Is that a similar thing here?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Bellick.
Through the chair, thank you. Could you tell me what building rent for City Hall is? What $18,000 is for?
Increase.
Okay, Michelle, I've got my answer here. I talked to my colleagues on both sides. Thank you.
You got the answer for total rent?
Thank you.
Okay.
And I just have one question. You've got Genesis Place and water tower illumination, but when you were speaking to it, you said Genesis Place or water tower illumination.
Right. We carry $22,000 depending on the options that are being investigated. So we don't have the information as per the last council meeting where we were requested to source solar options to illuminate the water tower. What we did for this budget is we put the $22,000 in based on what we knew about the system that could illuminate Genesis Place.
Okay.
And we would be coming back to council with the information on the solar option.
Good.
So in this budget, I think really what we're saying is we budgeted $22,000 for one of those initiatives, depending which option council wishes to go.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Nothing else? Please go ahead.
So for transit, the good news story is that the bottom line is improving and ridership is increasing. There is no increase in the FTEs, and it's a 23% decrease year over year, which just speaks to a combination of we're leveraging our Green Trip grants to purchase new vehicles and to build the South Transit Terminal. And we're seeing increased ridership, especially on our 900 routes, which includes to Crossfield and McKnight. So year over year, you're seeing an increase in revenues of $434,000 on the 900 route. We're experiencing increased ridership on ICE, and with the new Arctic ICE service increasing in 2016, starting in January, it took 16 months to procure the new bus. It will be put into service in early January. We have slight increase in personnel costs. That's just COLA, and the increase in contract services is due to the increased hours and the new services that we're providing to Crossfield and the Route 900. This budget is year over year, you'll see a decrease. There's not a transit master plan. That's going to be completed largely in 2015. There is an increase for parts for the fleet, as well as one-time equipment to provide or to do servicing for the ICE buses, the articulated buses. We have, over the last number of years, used equipment from Calgary, but they have said that over time, based on the size of your fleet and the amount of time you need it, it's time for you to buy this piece of equipment to service the buses.
Alderman Hunter.
Through the chair, can you just speak to, you're saying increase in ICE, and I guess I'm a little flabbergasted. I'm thinking with people I've talked to, and so we have an engineering firm that lost 154 engineers, et cetera, that you're actually getting an increase on ICE ridership when my thought was at some point that may taper off a little bit.
It's not what we're seeing.
So can you tell what kind of increase are you looking at percentage-wise?
Percent-wise? I can get that calculated. It's right now, in terms of the actual revenues, we're anticipating $250,000 increase in 2016, of which 103,000 of that is the Route 900, and 120,000 is for the new ICE surface.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Burley.
Michelle, with regards to Crossfield, is that just based on, because it wasn't at like a 6-month trial, so is that just the rest of the 6-month trial that transfers into 2016?
That right now, it's just a 6-month trial that is budgeted for 2016.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody else? I just have one question. So that increase in personnel costs, that is over the 3.1 FTEs?
That's correct.
So that's the COLA increase and
Right.
benefits, so on and so
Right.
forth, is built into that, okay.
So in transit, we have the transit coordinator position. We have one admin support that largely does the intake and the work for our access clients, and the allocation for one full-time mechanic. So those 3 positions will see some COLA, and maybe there's an impact there through the salary component.
Okay.
The .1 is the part-time employees that we use to remove the vaults and prepare them at 15 East Lake for our Brinks contractor to pick up the vaults and transport them to City Hall, where all the cash is counted and the tickets are reconciled. That's what the .1 is. So once a week, we have the vault exchange.
Okay. And our one full-time employee it's a mechanic, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? He's strictly working on buses? He doesn't cross over into our fleet services at all?
No, I think he, at times, when he's not providing service to the fleet, is used by the rest of the organization's fleet.
Okay, so he
needs. Yeah.
is being used, he's not sitting there doing
No,
nothing?
no, oh,
Perfect.
no.
Alderman Hunter.
So can you just speak to, so that fare, counting the fares and those kind of things, is there a move to sort of cashless or whatever, whether it be tickets?
We are exploring that, yes. There's an initiative at the CRP that is looking at a pilot project outside of the city of Calgary. And should that not really move forward as quickly as we'd like, our transit team is looking at some other technology solution.
That would be my choice.
It would be. A large percentage of our regional users would jump to that. We're not seeing the same uptake on technology initiatives from our access clients or our local route.
Internal, yeah, okay. And so we're no further ahead on integrated fare as far as, yeah, okay,
No.
thank you.
And I would just like to question the decrease in advertising revenues of $11,000. That's a contracted.
It is.
Is
It is.
Is it something that basically the contractor is not selling the advertising, or they're not pushing it, or?
I think it's a reflection of the economy, and as there's a decreased demand for advertising on all of the properties under the contract, then we see a decrease in our revenues as a piece of that overall advertising market.
Perfect, okay, thank you. No further questions. I guess we'll move to the next slide.
Social planning. So in social planning, it's another really good news story. Year over year, the budget doesn't show the really impacts to the community. So what we've done is this slide is what this is meant to show that is on the left bar, that was the city's 20% contribution and how it broke down in terms of the contract management and our investment as part of the 20% contribution. In 2016, with the increased funding, we have to increase our allocation or our support for the 20%. And this is just depicting that we've increased the allocation of the salaries and wages for the contract management and the overall coordination of the contracts that we would be providing funding externally to the groups. And in the red, it reflects the increase in the kinds of projects that we can contract to get broad picture community needs done. And the list is for that community youth needs assessment, which hasn't been done since 2004, as well as a housing needs assessment that really defines across the community what your housing situation is in terms of everything from rent to inventories and what people are paying as a percentage of their total income. These two pieces are very broad-based studies that all of our community agencies very much would like to have a bigger picture information to help them look at how their service planning will be aligned with what is actually some of the needs in our community. The single entry participant support program, we have changed via council policy this year our participant support in terms of the income thresholds and in terms of the opportunity for vulnerable populations to access participant support in Genesis Place for all those programs and services in transit. And what this is proposing is that rather than vulnerable families or individuals having to tell their story and fill out intake forms for 5 and 6 different agencies, we would all pool our money and there would be centralized intake so that that information about programs and services, in particular council's participant support programs, would be managed by professional intake, and that would be through contracts. So this would look like we would plan or we would contract with, it could be a community links through their intake and referral services to have any potential citizens who needed and met the eligibility criteria for participant support programs that we offer. And then there's an increase to do something a little bit bigger, more impacting for Volunteer of the Year awards. And it's contemplating not just a professional keynote type speaker that speaks about the importance of volunteerism, but it's also to recognize some increased costs to host the Volunteer Appreciation Dinner.
Michelle, could we get a copy of this slide for our packages? This
You
slide
sure
is
can. It was a new one that,
Yeah.
yes. No,
Could we
I
get a copy,
apologize
please?
for that. Yes,
Okay,
for
thank you.
sure.
Alderman Hunter.
Yeah, just through the chair, speak to the youth needs assessment, housing needs assessment. Am I right to assume that that would be over and above existing clients?
Yes,
Because
this
it
is
would seem to
broad.
me-
This is across the community.
Yeah, so
Yes.
right now we have needs of youth and we're capturing that during existing programs, same as housing. And I would assume that we would keep up with their information and their needs and their income and all those different pieces. This would be sort of the increase or the people coming in that are sort of not in the system now, is that?
Yeah, it's to really to assess not who we provide service to today, but it's to scan the entire community in terms of understanding what rents are across the community. What is the gap between affordability in terms of how many of your citizens across the community are paying greater than 35% of their income towards basic shelter.
Okay, so in sort of this economic climate, I guess I could potentially see rents going down but need going up because of the economy and people losing jobs and maybe downgrading jobs and things like that. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. The rents might drop a little bit, but the need's going to go up because there's going to be more people in the community needing those services. That'll capture those pieces.
It will capture that, but it'll also capture what is the total inventory. We don't have one inventory to understand the number of units that are rental, the number of maybe garden suites, the type of rental properties that exist.
Okay.
No one has captured that information.
Okay, thank you.
You can go ahead, please, Michelle.
I think I've covered all of that.
Oh, I have one question just back to that one
okay.
slide. I'm looking at, and it's back to this personnel cost. Here we have 3 employees in this department, FTEs, and I see an increase of 4,000 as compared to 3 in the other one and an increase of 11. I'm just curious how that comes into play, the difference between the 11 and 4. If it's something we have to be in camera to discuss, we can save that for another time. I'm just curious why the difference is there.
If I can just add just a little bit add a little bit to that, you will not necessarily see the same percentage increase across any particular department. Just generally, people move through their steps and bands. So you may have an employee that's moving to the next band in one department, and that may not be the case in another. And then you also have that whole salary survey piece that will hit different departments, different individuals across the board.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
And in this particular case, the individuals in this unit are very new to the organization. So they don't have the tenure that maybe some other departments experience. So in economic development, no increase.
Sorry, it's hard for you to see my light.
I'm sorry, Candace.
That's okay.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, Michelle, just real quick, can we go back to that volunteer awards, the $7,000? Is that above and beyond what's already budgeted?
Yes.
Okay, so what's currently budgeted for those awards?
Can I come back to you on that one?
Yep.
Because it's in a couple of accounts.
No
It
problem.
would be in goods and some in purchase services. So
Yep.
I will come back to that.
No
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in economic development, it's a year-over-year slight increase. There's no increase in the FTE requests, so the same number of employees. Some of the changes are in some of the activities and the focus of where economic development is going to invest. So the business-to-business trade show and sector profiles is something that the economic development team feels is still solid in terms of a strategy, as is the supply chain initiative for $10,000. These two pieces are built on the feedback of the business satisfaction survey and the identified areas of focus for the unit. What they found across the community in terms of supply chain initiatives is that a lot of our businesses in similar types of business, they weren't aware of their similar types of purchasing needs. And so the focus is really to be able to help those businesses make those connections and to look at how they might be able to procure certain specialty products, goods, or even downstream services. In terms of a big request from economic development as an initiative in 2016 is the desire to work with the businesses and the community at large to define an economic development strategy. And that strategy really is to build a foundation for the next 5 to 10 years in terms of what the business community really sees as what's going to put Airdrie on the map. What do we the aspiration really here is what's going to make Airdrie more attractive than the region or the Northeast Industrial Park, and how do we do that with our business community, not as Airdrie Economic Development, but on behalf of the business community. What do we collectively work together in that public interest around what do we want to stand for? What do we want to be able to put out there, market, and say, come to Airdrie, because this is what we have. This is what makes us brilliant today and for the future, and that we're building a whole community, not just an industrial park. We're much more, and that really is the purpose of what the economic development strategy aspirational goal is from economic development. And the decrease year over year is in that we wouldn't be doing the business satisfaction survey. We will have concluded the retail and market office space, and the industry, event, and travel activity is decreasing year over year.
Thank you. I just, on that slide, I'm just confused, and I might have missed it. Increase in community initiatives grant, but you've got $10,000 in brackets there. It's an increase, but in brackets, doesn't that generally mean a decrease? No?
Sometimes, in this case, it's an increase at the top. That's a revenue.
The first line there, yeah.
Yes, please.
Maybe I'll just add to that. What we try to do is just remain consistent in everything that we're showing you. So when you see things bracketed as a minus, it means that it's a positive to your bottom line.
Yeah.
So in this particular case, the $10,000 is an increase in revenue, which gives us more to our bottom line. It's the same effect when you're seeing the decrease to expenses. It's
Okay, so
it's
that is
a good to the bottom line. So we
that is
try
an
to remain
increase in-
consistent
okay.
through there.
Perfect.
So there's lots of goods to the bottom line. Are there any other questions in economic development?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, Genesis Place. As we spoke a little bit earlier on the FTEs, the 5 FTEs are positions that were in place as a typical operation, and in 2015 that was the net decrease when we laid off the staff that were related to the aquatics and subsequent activity levels in the facility. The net increase year over year from typical operations, such as 2014, is the 1.2 FTE, and those are in the aquatic area to provide the increase in programming. So in the budget, while there's an increase of 1.2 FTEs on the wage side, there's also $200,000 increase on the aquatic revenues.
Michelle, can you go back to that slide?
Yep.
On the previous slide, when Lucy had her presentation, it showed 4.01. This shows 5.01. Am I missing?
Just have to confer with Tara to see whether she knows what the difference is. I'm just assuming there's some other adjustments in there as well.
So,
We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
So increases in revenues, as I spoke, that the net increase overall for program fees is $110,000. Ice rentals increased by $35,000. In terms of the current reality with the economy is that annual pass sales had seen a decline, and there was a decline while we were in the facility closure period. Short term, we're seeing some increase and back to previous levels, but we can't predict right now whether that will be sustained. So we've taken somewhat of a conservative approach in projecting these 2016 revenue projections specifically to the annual passes. Field house rentals are slightly down. There's an increase in the internal passes for Genesis Place through our wellness program. And the actual dollar value in terms of the FTE equivalents returning to previous levels is in the $296,000. The increase of the $122,000 is related specifically to that 1.2 FTE for the aquatics area. In terms of the increase in purchase services, that's spread across the board from increase in garbage contract cost to some slight increases for facility painting for the gymnasium, and just increased consumables. There is required a compressor overhaul. There's also a request to have a community-wide facility satisfaction survey. So what we want to find out is the facility's there, it's in its complete build-out, but really to ask the community, how is it using it? What do they like about it if they are using it? And if they're not using the facility, why not? So we've not done that. We've not tested that. We've gone through a number of years where we've had really high growth and very high participation levels. And we think that in order to go forward, the community is different than it was when we first opened. We're seeing some declines in participation levels in our preschool programs. There's way more preschool programs and opportunities to engage preschools across the community. So we want to take some time and talk to our customers about that facility and what they see as some of the, the strengths, and to get feedback on if they're not using it, why not? It is a community facility. We want to make sure that we're providing programs and services that respond to the community's needs. We want to make sure that the facility provides those opportunities for access that they don't have anywhere else. So that's what the $19,000 study is really looking to gain. And then below, there's just slight increases to insurance and technology services. There's a decrease in overall utilities of just about $80,000. And then really to the bottom line, it's the $175,000 that is the year-over-year increase to start building or adequately starting to take steps to build reserves for long-term capital renewal. And then increases to the internal chargebacks of $11,000.
Thank you, Michelle. Alderman Coulson.
Thank you. This might be a fourth quarter budget question, but with the closure of Genesis Place, were those estimates on target? Like when we were looking at losing revenues, I'm just wondering if they were what we estimated they would be, or if we lost more, if we lost less.
I think that only having been open for a little over almost 10 days now, what we can say is that revenues in the last 10 days are higher than what they were before we closed. So we're seeing high activities again. The bottom line to the budget will be on track, but it's just a little early to say that the revenue, like
right, because we were talking about lost memberships and that kind of a thing. So I was just wondering if you had that.
Well, they're going back up for sure.
Yeah.
But will they sustain them and will we return back up? That's the unknown.
So we won't know for another few months then?
We would like at least have November completed to really be able to make some projections.
And then just about the community satisfaction survey and the cost of $19,000, that's just for the survey itself?
That's right.
So the last survey that we did, that was put out by the finance department, was that a survey that was contracted, or that was just like an in-house?
I believe the one that was done for the budget that was put on the web-based survey.
Yeah.
I think that was done in-house.
So that didn't cost $19,000?
No, that survey didn't cost $19,000.
What are we buying with those services? What are we buying with that $19,000?
We would be buying through an RFP procure process, a survey that would give us statistically sound information in which to make, decisions on a go forward.
And we can't do that with an in-house online survey?
Well, we can, but we would like a statistical expert approach to.
Like the 400 phone calls, that kind of
That's
thing?
right. That's
Okay.
right. That's very purposeful, so that we understand the cause and effect, that if you ask this question specifically, you're looking for some very specific responses that we would be prepared to bring recommendations back to council.
Okay, so we can't capture that in a survey, like if they answer one way, it pops up another question?
We don't have any staff with that kind of expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Hick.
Thank you. So my question follows on Alderman Colson's questions. So are we talking just, when we talk customer, citizens of Airdrie, or actual users of the facility right now in terms of that targeting?
No, the target would be citizens of Airdrie, because there's a section of the population that may not even be using it, and we want to give them the opportunity to say or express why they don't use it. Is it that there's no programs that are desirable, or scheduling, or could be cost or fees? It could be any of those factors, and we don't know that right now. We don't know it by geographical representation. Maybe it's that citizens on the east side use it very heavily, and citizens in new Airdrie or new neighborhoods, maybe they don't know about it, and so they're not using it. So that's what the survey is really intended to do, is to have a much deeper understanding of, across our community, usage or desires for access and use of the facility.
Thank you.
And it'll also help us understand maybe some issues around the aquatics areas. So we're hearing from the, some components of the community that they can never get into aquatics. And we're hearing from our aquatic user groups about there's not enough space for them. So it will help us in terms of forecasting and planning for future recreation facilities too, when we understand how much latent demand for programs or services that we can't meet at present.
Thank you. And Michelle, I have a couple of questions just along the same lines. With a decrease in revenues, do we have any idea if how much that decrease or that forecast decrease could be because the pool is closed for those months? Is there any idea there? Have we heard anything that, I'm not going to renew my membership because you closed for this long and they've moved on to Calgary or something like Cardell Place or anything?
We don't have any hard data, but what we can say is that in the last 10 days since we've opened, we've heard comments like, really glad to be home. I tried Cardell, I tried other places in Calgary, and I'm very appreciative now for the aquatic facility that I have. We have seen significant activity in the last 10 days where annual pass sales have increased. Okay. And we're getting the feedback that maybe they didn't renew timely because they knew it was going to be closed, but they are subsequently renewing. And so we're hoping that at least by the end of November, we'll be able to see some of those trends and patterns and have a better handle. But all indications are, in the very short term since we've been open, is that both annual pass sales have increased, as have a significant increase back in drop-in use of the facility.
Perfect. And just another question on that. While the pool is closed, did we notice any drop in users in the fitness center? Because, some people would take their kids, they would go to the pool, they'd go up to the fitness center. Was there any drop in visits at the fitness
yes,
center?
Yes, there was.
There was. Okay.
Yes. There's, without a question,
yep.
the whole, it was in summer, which is typically, yep. So August being closed is typically one of our, not as busy times in the facility. But we really noticed that throughout the course of the 3 months that it was significantly fewer people participating.
Yeah, I had somebody mention to me that they loved it because it wasn't
Yes.
as busy.
Yes.
It's somebody I know they quite enjoyed it. And the other question I have is, I think you answered it with that needs assessment. So the question will be asked too, do we need another pool? Do we need more rinks? Is that sort of going to be in the needs assessment along there, or what people are thinking?
We haven't completely thought through the questions yet, but we do have a piece in that we would see helping us to understand exactly that. What other facilities does the community see as a priority?
In understanding in that needs assessment, obviously you're going to have to tell people there would be a cost involved.
Absolutely.
If we're building a new pool, you're
Right.
perfect.
Right.
Okay,
So
thank
then part of that is about purposefully asking a question. So if you would like these new facilities, then the next question is, and what would you be prepared to pay?
Thank you.
And then how would you see that as a percentage of your total? We don't have the questions completely fleshed out. Just the concept and the outcomes is what we're working on right now.
Thank you. Anything else? It appears not to be. Let's move on.
So in terms of arena operations is specific to the Ron Ebbison Arena as well as the Plainsman Arena. And year over year, what we've seen is a decrease in the operations cost, a slight decrease in the allocations. Part of that is that we're just refining our staffing models based on actual use. And we've had some efficiencies. So the efficiencies for sure are in the decrease in utilities, decrease in one-time equipment purchases in 2015, and we conducted some assessments through an energy audit in 2015, which we won't be carrying forward in 2016, but rather the implementation of those recommendations. And it's an amazing story, really, when you contemplate. We all opened 2 new sheets of ice in the fall of 2013, and already our community has used and booked all of the prime time ice available, and we're moving back into early morning times. So it's unprecedented use. It speaks to our demographics, and it speaks to the community's desire to participate in ice hockey or ice-type sports.
Thank you. Any questions on arena operations? None coming forward. Community development.
Community development. Community development has 2 significant increases for the 2016 budget, and they're in the areas of the $100,000 would be for the 2018 Winter Games, and then $80,000 or $60,000 would be for the Cultural Master Plan. And then what you're seeing in terms of the personnel cost changes is that community development is going to see a decrease in the full-time allocation with the change of 1 full-time equivalent. So Lori LaFace wore the hat of both emergency management, coordination, and at one point was the team leader of social planning, community development, and Burt Church. And in 2015, that individual did emergency management and some special projects. In 2016, Lori will move solely to emergency management. So the year-over decrease in FTE is that transition. That we'll see the savings in personnel costs. So the smaller expense increases are relevant to the public places and art spaces. So that's like your SOCAN fees if we want to continue to provide art in public spaces. So throughout our meeting rooms in Genesis Place, where we've allowed artists to display their work. But we've since found out that in order to comply with legislation, there's some fees that have to go with that if you want to continue that program. Or we have to look at it and do it completely different. And then we have public art maintenance, $5,000. So that could be some work that needs to be done on the large wall in Genesis Place was a public art project when we opened in 2004. So all of those little tiles that are aluminum and they were done by the school children and are punched copper, they need some work. We need to replace some of them. They've been popped off. Some of them have been rubbed. That's what $5,000 is for.
Thank you. Alderman Burley.
Thank you, Alderman Chapman. With regards to the funding for the Winter Games, is that just basically a placeholder for now until we determine whether or not we get the bid in December?
Right. That's right.
Okay, thank
so should they not, then that $100,000 would be removed.
Okay.
Alderman Haig.
Thank you. So going back to the special events coordinator, so that work will be taken up by other individuals then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else? Nobody else coming forward? Let's go to the show.
Church Theatre. So Church Theatre is $41,000 increase year over year. And of that, the request is for up to 0.5 of an FTE for facility attendance. And the situation at Church Theatre has become one where over time with the increased number of rentals, the way the theatre manager and the team managed the service plan was that during peak months of dance recital and high use, so March, May, and June, the staff would work on the weekends and in the evenings, and they would bank their time. But it's become such that there's almost as much bank time as there's full-time staff resources. So we would like to decrease the amount of bank time, which really never shows up on the bottom line because it's always a balance of banking time and then taking it. But it's at a point where we really would be more efficient to just bring in the part-time facility attendants during those additional hours. And what's being proposed in this budget is to resource that facility attendants as there's bookings. They would be part-time, up to 1,000 hours of total use. And that's $18,000 as we would generate revenues for those types of events.
I'm sorry, Alderman.
I just have a question
Wilson, please go
around that. Should other places require facility attendants? It could be shared, like for after hours with that position, or if we see that there needs to be an increase in other areas coming forward for special events.
So what we would see this is that we already have facility attendants in arenas and at Genesis Place. When there are bookings that require staff on evenings and weekends, the facility events pool, we would draw someone and they would be the
Okay,
attendants.
so
yes.
existing staff
Right.
would be drawn from that
That's
pool.
right.
Okay, but we could see that increase depending on if Church or after hours events increase
That's right.
significantly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
With that, there, you didn't speak much to the the PAC summer camps. That's the kids' summer camp, isn't it? The acting camps?
That's correct. So in this summer, we really saw a decrease in total participation in all of the summer camps. We don't, I can't quantify or qualify why. The program was the same in previous summers. It was oversubscribed. We increased the offerings this year to meet the previous demand, and there just wasn't the enrollment. So revenues are down in 2015, and we've decreased the budget in 2016 to reflect the experience that we had this summer. So revenues in this budget are $15,000 less than what was budgeted this year, but aligned with what we actually experienced this year.
But we're not eliminating PAC
We're not
totally.
eliminating,
Okay,
no.
thank you.
No. And should demand go back up, we would, put the appropriate resources in place to meet
Perfect.
it.
Thank you very much. Alderman Coulson.
Just a comment on that. I had heard through the grapevine that one of the instructors actually had opened up her own, I guess, courses out of a hotel, and a hotel was sponsoring it. Just wondering if anybody else had heard the same, or if that could have had something to do with it. You hadn't heard that?
I hadn't heard that,
Okay.
but if that happened, then
Could be why
That
we're
could
down
be
that,
why.
that much. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Haig.
Thank you. So the increase in service fee charges, is that across the board for in-town user groups and out-of-town user groups?
no, this is our ticket service provider. There's an increase in the cost. It's really a wash. So the ticket service providers, their costs are passed along to, when you purchase your ticket, it's really a net cost to the operation.
So kind of like the Ticketmaster
That's right.
kind of thing. So the increase in service fee revenue then, I guess, would that be addressing that portion of it? Like in terms of the user groups,
Yeah,
say the dance groups or whoever might use that?
It just isn't showing in this slide, unfortunately. It should be. So if there's an increase of $14,000 in the service fees, there's an increase in the revenue of $14,000 to offset that.
Right, but I'm talking right at the top of that slide.
Through the chair, should the slide, that top number should be in brackets showing the revenue piece, should it not? And then down below, there's an increase in service fee charges, which would be your cost portion.
That's correct.
So in terms of the rates then, that's not shown on this slide? For the operating costs of service fees that are charged to, again, the dance groups and so on?
The rental rates?
Yes.
Rental rates did not increase in terms of a year-over-year charge, so the rates haven't increased.
Is there a plan to do that? Or
No,
would
we
that-
brought the fees and charges
Right.
forward in June, and there was no desire to increase. Our market information showed that our existing rates are within market for the theater rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. We'll move on to culture.
So this piece would be the library grant. And council heard the library board's presentation earlier in the budget process.
Does anybody have any questions about that? We'll go through deliberations on that ask later. I guess with that being said, it looks like it's the end. Any questions or comments now? None coming forward. Lucy.
Just as we wrap up Michelle's area, the question around the FTEs, Tara has confirmed that the 5.01 is the correct FTEs for those aquatic staff. So we just need to make an adjustment on your slides there. We need to take just a look at where that difference should be. It probably belongs to one of the departments. We'll fix that up, and then we'll replace the slides that you have and let you know about that piece. Thought I had something else, but okay. Other than that, I think that's good for community services. We can move on to community safety and get started on that while we wait for lunch. We have about half an hour. That'll work.
Mark, are you ready to do community safety, or are you waiting for?
What I'll do is I'll do everything but these.
Okay.
Before we go ahead,
Yes.
Alderman Chapman, with regards to that, the total number of full-time equivalents being requested then is the actual number.
Total number's fine. Total number of FTE.
So that one is somewhere in there.
It's somewhere in there, right.
Okay.
It's the adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have one of these fancy little handouts for community safety? Lucy? Have we got one of these fancy little handouts for community safety?
Can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Alderman Burley's requested a 5-minute break. I will, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if we can reconvene this meeting, we'll let Mark go on with community safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. As I indicated earlier, I will go through my area with the exception of police, which Detachment Commander Gordon Sage will join us, I believe, at 12:30. So with that, the community safety proposed budget for 2016, overall, the comparison of operating and capital budgets to our 2015 current budget. You can see in the 2016 operating funds, the day-to-day services there's a difference of approximately $2.38 million. So community safety is made up of police, fire, building inspections, emergency management, municipal enforcement, and corporate properties. The operating cost trend for community safety, if you look at the 2015 and 2016 comparisons, the major difference of approximately 2.3 million primarily equates to the policing requests as well as the fire contractual costs, and as we talked earlier, the decreased building inspection revenues. As you can see, sorry, did I go one slide too many? Yep, that's the one I wanted to be in, sorry. Again, the difference is approximately 2.3 million, and again, related to policing and fire requests. Again, if you look at the 2017 and 2018, there are still additional policing and fire requests that impact those years. So community safety, personnel summary, it has the greatest allocation of manpower at 27%. We have approximately 128.7 full-time equivalents, and for 2016, we have 2.5 requests, full-time requests. Excuse me. And I know on the make note of the police percentage here, that is just the administrative component. That does not indicate officers. So with police, I'll just skip through. I don't want to steal Gord's thunder. He's got some great pictures there that will pull at your heartstrings. So with the fire departments, the overview. The 2015 operating budget was just over 12.6 million to sustain the services and growth. It's a modest increase of $482,000. The total proposed operating budget is around just over 13 million. And of special note here is the 2016 proposed additions. Do you see that big zero there? I don't know how many years I've been here. I don't think I've ever seen a zero, so that's significant. It's a rare occurrence. Fire department operating cost trend. Generally, there's a steady increase over time. 2016, the major increases relate to staffing, union and contractual costs, increased dispatching fees, good expenditures for replacement and training, as well as increased internal chargebacks. And on this slide, I guess it's a little bit beyond the 2018. You definitely can likely expect a surge of expenditures there due to Northeast Fire Hall staffing.
Just onto the fire department for a minute, Mark. I'm just curious, how many year contract do we work with the firefighters? Is it a 1 year, 2 year contract, 3 year?
We went into this current negotiation trying to get a 3-year contract. I believe we're down to 2 year.
Okay, I was just curious how many years we're.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's many other centers that.
And when we settle this contract, if we settle at 2 years, that takes us to what, 2016, the end of 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
With it, just, oh, sorry.
Through the chair,
I'm sorry, didn't see you.
if I could, and it's not really for this year, but if I could just offer a comment, and it's as Mark sort of mentioned, the Northeast Fire Hall, as we continue to grow, you would have to staff that up by adding, a significant cost. And some of the things we've talked about, and it's you can have that philosophy adding that full cost impact in a single year, or we can start transitioning over the next few years, and that's some of the discussions we've started having that I think I don't think it's reflected in the 17, 18 numbers, but it may be a way to go so that you're not hitting the taxpayer all in that 1 year. And I just throw that out because that's some of the discussions we've started to have. It'll be significant when the time comes because you're talking 16 to 20 staff in one shot. So are you better to phase that in and start putting the savings aside, not actually add the bodies, but to do that financially?
Thank you, Alderman Bellick, Deputy Mayor Bellick.
Thank you, through the chair. Mark, would you speak to the fire prevention inspections? It says here, platoon continues to do basic inspections to meet quality management plan. So are we meeting that quota right now of what they've set out for the basic inspections?
I do know they are not keeping up with the demand at this point. You can recall, I think I'm losing track. Is it this year? We added a investigator officer, and so there's a little bit of training that goes with that. But just because I guess the demands of growth, and we feel that in building up until this point when it started to slow down, but they are getting around to the inspections. It isn't as timely, I guess, as building inspections. So I think there was a little bit of a backlog there, and they're just trying to get caught up.
So we were talking inspections. That's where 2 or 3 of the fire crew walk into a business to say, hey, I'm here for 5 minutes and to do your inspection. Is that what we're talking about?
No, I guess I was referring to the 2 positions that do the inspections as well as the investigations for fire. And as you can appreciate, we've had a few of the rash of fires that have taken their time away from them. In terms of the platoons that actually do the inspections, no, we're right on target there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for the fire department? Oh, that's quick. Moving forward.
So with the emergency management, obviously a very important area, but a very small, minor increase. The operating budget for 2015 was at $75,000 to sustain our services there and growth. It's $10,000 additional. So the proposed budget is around $85,000, just over $85,000. And again, there's no staffing requests.
With this one here, Mark, that's Lori LaFace now, is it not?
That's right.
So she's only a 0.5 FTE. Didn't she go here to a 1?
Next
0
year,
from
next year she'll actually go down to the 0.5. This
To
year,
0.5.
This year she's operating in collaboration with community services at a full capacity of 1.
of 1.
Yeah.
But, so is she going like just to a half-time employee, a part-time employee?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I understand now. So she's reducing her workload and getting ready for retirement.
That's correct. one of the few. So again, the operating cost trend is the increase is mainly reflective of the COLA and benefit calculation correction. Municipal enforcement. So there's definitely an increase, or the operating cost trend here. Sorry, I'm missing a slide. Oh, just out of sync. The increase in terms of operating cost trend, there's an increase in business license fees. In 2015, we were over budgeted fines for revenue, and in 2016, the projected revenue of $720,000 is based on the actual trends plus $30,000 in revenues, which was associated to the portable scale project. We are seeing higher kennel and veterinary costs, as well as increased repairs and maintenance. And in this slide, as you see further later on in 2018, I believe there's one officer as well as some increase in contractual costs.
Mark, just on municipal enforcement. We have here, and again, back in the binder, it says currently all calls during evenings and weekends go to the messaging system. So have we analyzed whether the call volume is there to have maybe someone be on call for those calls that come in?
Sorry, I just missed the first part.
Okay, so in the binder it says currently all calls during evenings and weekends are rerouted to a messaging system. And have we analyzed those volumes of calls to say maybe we provide someone live to talk to rather than just going to an answering machine?
I believe Lynn is in discussions with Gord Sage, the detachment commander, in terms of when our shifts end and if there's calls that come in after the fact. Weekends, we usually have staff on site, and if there's calls that come in, they regularly check the answering machines and follow through and clear those, because I know I get the emails at 9 o'clock or whatever every night to say all calls have been taken care of. We could look at potentially, I think they call it PDI, where you could have an actual answering individual, live body, answer those calls, but we haven't gone to that level. I don't think there's large numbers. We could look into that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
And just on ME as well, Mark, I read in the binder here with relation to the scales, and you're looking at a proposed $30,000 increase for the scales, but expansion of ME's enforcement commercial vehicles. Currently, the department only has one officer performing this function. To allow for full enforcement, scales for weighing commercial vehicles will need to be purchased, which we talked about in the capital budget. I see this has got a target date of the fourth quarter. Is it out that far for those scales? In the binder, it's targeting the fourth quarter, and Is that not something that could take place a little quicker?
Yeah, I think it would be my intention to try to get those scales as soon as possible. I can't see the lead time being that long.
Yeah, that's
So-
and that's why I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. And it'd be our full intention to get the scales as soon as possible. And I would hope even before or between first and second quarter, that's when you really need to ensure that the loads aren't impacting our infrastructure.
That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. So carrying on with building inspections. Definitely, we've talked a little bit about this area previously. It's a revenue source. 2015 operating budget was just over 1.8 million. To sustain the services, we're looking at plus 314,000. Proposed operating budget, the total works out to 1.499 million, and this is an increase of approximately 17.3%. And in this particular area, we are looking at one additional staff, and that would be the administration coordinator position. As Lucy has already alluded to, team leader already has 18 direct reports, and the intention is the coordinator would help with the day-to-day functions of the administrative staff. So again, reduced revenues is projected for 2016, and that's as a result of the economic downturn, as well as we have the coordinator position addition.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Alderman Burley.
Mark, do these numbers reflect the 100,000 decrease in revenue?
No,
No? Okay.
I believe not, no.
Alderman Haig.
Thank you. So I understand the breakdown of, again, the supervision process and leadership there in terms of the inspection coordinator. I'm just trying to reconcile my own mind. If our building permits are going down, we're adding positions to that department. Are we, like the developers, we're positioning ourselves for the return of things to come? Or is it strictly the management of what we will have to maintain what we need to do to stay current with growth that we will be experiencing?
Through the chair, I don't see any reduction in staff over this period of time. And in actuality, we probably should have budgeted for this coordinator in 2015. And I think it boils down to, if it was relatively close, meaning that we were looking at maybe 12, a total of direct reports to the team leader at 12, then maybe you could consider holding off. But at 18, and even with this coordinator position, you're still going to have 11 direct reports. The inspectors generally reporting to the team leader. So it's still a high demand on a team leader position.
Deputy Mayor Bialyk.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is continuing on with Alderman Haig's question. I read in here that the implementation of the City View permitting software will alleviate maybe someone taking those calls for permits and bookings, etc. So would that relieve someone from taking those calls and maybe do the administration?
Through the chair, and I'm going to have to be very careful how I answer this because we're dealing with positions. And so built into the City View software install, yes, we will see some improvements in terms of time and efficiencies. We have worked that into this ask, and so generally you'll probably see, in terms of full-time equivalents, a flattening.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. Can I add a bit?
Please, Lucy.
It's really interesting because we've we'll provide you with a bit of information on the efficiencies that we've been able to gain around putting out some of our electronic business. It's great, but what it's done, and I think we see it the same across Mark's area, some of our corporate services areas, it's allowed us to deal with the increased volumes. What we found as we moved forward with doing our staffing for 2016, in some of our areas, we were able to put no new staffing forward. And that is the result of the sort of a bit of the reprieve we've gotten from moving some of our operations to that more outside electronic type basis, where it has made a difference on our call volumes coming in. We've put additional information out there so that a person doesn't have to phone us to get an assessment notice, right? They have all the information out there on their My Airdrie account. We're not, across the board, we're not seeing that it's being able to, for us to being able to take 2, 3, 4 positions out of our operation. It's made it possible for us to deal with additional volumes and do catch up. Building inspection practically drowns. We've put many things in place over the last few years as we implemented CityView for building inspections, and they've made a lot of changes efficiency-wise, and we have more details on that if you want to know about them. We've simplified their whole process around where we used to have 5 permits. Now we only have 2 permits that they need to be dealing with because we consolidated a number of it. All of those have helped them to be able to maintain their work with existing staffing and be able to deal with the volumes better.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, that was a very difficult one to answer and without being in camera. But I can also add too, there has been times in the past with building inspections where if there was a slowdown, and I do recall where there was some additional admin capacity, and I guess that's the beauty of having a big organization like we are, because there's always another group that is experiencing maybe increased growth for whatever reason. And I do recall an admin had shifted over to a different area, and it was allocated that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, with this being said, I would think at some point during these deliberations, we're going to end up going into camera to discuss some of the staffing stuff. So any of the staffing questions, I guess if we can keep those, in mind, and there will be some point when we're going to be in camera, I'm sure. And another question, is there somebody skateboarding on the roof, or do we know what's going on up there? Wind?
On the side.
Really?
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty
A
well.
bit windy out there.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll carry on with corporate properties. Again, maintaining the 2015 operating budget was just under 400,000. Sustaining services and growth, approximately 192,000. So the proposed operating budget is, I guess, in the positive of $206,000. I can give you a little more detail on that in a subsequent slide. And in this particular area, we are also looking for an additional staff position. It's a 0.5 admin assistant. As you can appreciate, this area is very, very busy. It's comprised of our project manager, lease administrator, and our land administrator. So the intent is to free up those 3 members' time in terms of admin support, looking at minutes and agendas and payments and sorting and filing, those types of things. It's a considerable amount of time that they spend doing administrative functions that could be clearly allocated to more beneficial aspects. So the increases in land appraisal and site assessments, as well as the increase in due diligence study reviews, and that's a lot of work that the land administrator has been currently providing over the course of 2015 as well as in 2016. The increases forecast for 2017 and 2018 primarily equates to the debenture payments. This equates to, I think, land purchasing as well as what happens with our Civic Plaza. So that's why you see quite the significant growth in the 2018. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Locking?
And again, Mr. Sage will join me at 12:30 and we'll go through the police.
Sounds fantastic. So it appears that we
Thank
are just about bang on schedule. Well, a little bit ahead of schedule, I guess. Mark wasn't supposed to be here until after lunch, but 12:45. We'll take our break for lunch till 12:30. And I do believe lunch is being
Chairman, thank you very much for chairing this morning. I apologize to everyone. I had a bit of an emergency meeting with Municipal Affairs with some of our regional colleagues, and happy to be back and ready to work on the operating budget. And I will point out that I had 2 texts from people on holidays, one in Phoenix and somewhere else in the U.S., saying, why aren't you at the budget meetings? So we know we have people watching our budget deliberations, which I'm very excited about. So I'm seeing Chad and Gord in front of us. I'm assuming we're somewhere in Mark Locking's 6.2. So whenever you're ready, Mark, please continue.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
if you could tell me what page you're on, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
For community safety, 161.
Okay, yeah, sorry. It's 151 is the start of police protection. Okay.
So with that, I'd like to welcome Staff Sergeant Chad Fournier and Detachment Commander Gord Sage with me. I'll just do a brief introduction here with the police. Police overview. The 2015 operating budget was 5.9 million, just slightly over 5.9 million. To sustain our services and growth, we'd be looking at 1.3, just over 1.3 million, an additional, which equates to approximately a total budget of 7.2 million or just over. As well, you'll note that on top of the officer requests, we also have a proposed addition of a watch clerk, 1 full-time watch clerk. Currently, we went from, this year we went from a 3-watch system to a 4-watch system, and we've been operating basically with 3 watch clerks. So there's some gaps, and we'd like to rectify it, and I'm sure these guys can elaborate on the necessity there. In terms of the operating cost trend, definitely increasing over the years, again, to additional officer requests. Current policing complement right now, we are at 49 members. The original request for 2016 was 8 members. We've reduced that ask to 6. So that will put our policing complement to 55. We've budgeted all 6 to start in April, and each officer costs approximately $145,000 a year, which comes complete with car and uniform and training and everything. And so that equates to a total of approximately 1.3 million for the entire 6, again, starting in April. And then fine revenue was adjusted slightly because one of those officers is assumed to be a traffic officer. So with that, I will turn it over to Commander Sage.
Good afternoon. I'll start off with our org chart, which shows you where the positions where we propose where the 6 positions would go. So the existing blue is the existing positions, and the orange reddish color are the new positions. I'll just walk through them all just to give you an idea of what the intent of is and why we say they need to go there and what the purpose of it is. First of all, the watch commander positions, the 4 right across the center of your screen. Technically, it's the next line down that's the new position, although because right now we do have watch commanders already. What is new is the roadside supervision piece. So what it does is it provides a corporal as a roadside supervisor that's on the road driving the streets of Airdrie 24/7 at all times. Presently, our situation is we have 1 watch commander who is a corporal, who is in the office, pretty much office bound in the sense where you're doing the administrative role with the computer. Everything is computer based with pros. So the ability for that member to get out is very difficult. So what we found is, as Airdrie has grown, and when you're up to a city of 60,000 people, there's a need for that roadside supervision to be on there with the members to provide, guidance and supervision on a, constant basis. The problem is when you don't have those positions, when you get to the size we are, we're getting beyond our span of control. We're one one member, how much one person can supervise. So we're going beyond the span of control of one person, especially when you're put in a high-risk situation as policing. So the gap that we see right now is that we don't have a supervisor on the road. We have our constables on the road doing their day-to-day job, but they're really being led by a senior constable and not by a supervisor, and that's what that is critical. To make it even worse the way it is today, so when the sergeant, the one corporal that's on shift as our present day, when he goes off on training or holidays, there's no supervision other than an actor. So you'll have a constable that will bump up to an acting role, but he or she doesn't have the full experience as an existing corporal. So by having having two supervisors, a sergeant as a watch commander and roadside supervisor, it also gives you the ability to have always a proper supervisor supervising the members on the road and in your detachment. What happens if you don't have it? Your level of supervision goes down. With a roadside supervisor, every serious call in Airdrie will be attended by a corporal, a supervisor. So whether it be domestic violence, which you'll see later where we're training with domestic violence, high risk calls, you always have that supervisor. What the supervisor does, provides that guidance, ensures the right people are connected. When we go to these calls, a lot of the high risk calls you're dealing with, you're liaising and connecting with different agencies, for example, our major crimes, our police dog service, our forensic ident sections, sometimes might have a link to Calgary City Police. So you're able to have a higher level of supervision to assess that need and provide a better service to the customer. Another big benefit of the roadside supervisor is the old saying, when the cat's away, the mice will play. And there's no really difference in policing, is that when you have a corporal or a roadside supervisor with you, you can really push your proactive policing. You can do the traffic enforcement, you can do check stops, you can do community walks in the parks, you can gather the kids who are playing street hockey, those kind of community events. So you're able to have a supervisor that actually takes that leadership role to take the members by the hand and do it. What we find, and this is no different anywhere across Canada, is when you don't have that supervisory component, people retreat back to their normal comfort zones, and we need to push our members outside their comfort zones into those areas, and that's where that roadside supervisor really helps that. Overall, it puts the supervisor onto the streets of Airdrie. It provides a lot more accountability to our members, and it also, we see a direct relation to minimize public complaints as well. So when members attend, like I say, with the high type calls, you're attending with a supervisor, with not just the constable. So the level of service, I'm a firm believer, will increase to the citizens of Airdrie. When you go over to the other side, just directly to the right, the corporal supervisor position under the general investigation sections, we've been very busy in the last year with some of our serious crimes. We've had our first shooting in Airdrie where we were able to solve it in-house with our own people. I'm quite proud in the sense we didn't have to go outside asking for help for that file. We were able to do that our own with our existing personnel. We were able to do it, but the complexity and the sophistication of crime is increasing in Airdrie. So we need to augment that plainclothes section to continue on to provide that service. We've had a lot of the other successful files we've had with the general investigation section are some home invasions, robberies, domestics, human trafficking. We solved the file this year through the general investigation section. We had that bombing incident in Airdrie as well, where an actual bomb was detonated and people charged. So the files are getting bigger. They're getting there's a bigger tie to Calgary, where the bigger criminals are coming out to Airdrie. So that supervisor position, not only will supervise the general investigation section that deals with the robberies and the break-and-enters and those types of things, they also will oversee the domestic violence section, which we have 3 people. As you'll see later on, our biggest concern right now is domestic violence, and it is increasing, alarmingly increasing, and it provides that level of supervision within that. The 6th position would be constable in traffic. Presently, we have 1 member in traffic, so they'll be working 40 hours a week. The idea of the traffic position will create more coverage of a traffic position, so you'd have someone on afternoons, someone on evenings on a traffic position. And when one person is away on training or leave, you still have a position where presently, once that person goes away, we're back to safe city streets to deal with our traffic issue. This is our present situation in Airdrie right now. Presently, we have 49 members with a population of 58,690. That number came from the city. So our present police population ratio is 1 to 1,198, so around 1 to 1,200. I believe the ultimate goal should be about 1 to 1,000. The division average of other municipalities in Alberta is 1 to 702. So I'm very comfortable with going at 1 to 1,000, but I do believe, that's the number we need to stride towards. When I first came here, we were up to 1 to 1,500, 1,600, so we've come a long ways. So we're working towards that. We know it's not going to happen overnight, but it's something we need to strive to. And I'll show you later on some of the other communities what their police to population ratios are. It's not all about police population ratio. That's just one factor we look at. There's many other factors which I'll get into why I believe the 1 to 1,000 is a reasonable number to strive for. So if we add the 6 members this year for 2016, our police to population ratio will go to 1 to 1,143. Next year, with as we had my 3-year policing strategy, next year we had 8 members, projected for next year, so they would go to 1,067. And we threw in an additional year just to give and this is a very rough forecast. This is if in 2018 you'd be getting to that 1 to 1,000 ratio. I believe in the city, in our condition as we speak today, we would have met our goal to get to that level. I think, to go beyond that, I think this is a fair number, is a reasonable number. Some interesting notes in Airdrie, how it's changed. Crime trends do change as we go from day to day, month to month. There's a lot of good news stories here over the last year. Persons crime has gone down slightly from previous years, and the next slide will show the actual numbers. Property crime is up. A lot of that is the stuff we all see in the media every day with the vehicle thefts, the going through vehicles, going through garages, break-and-enters. Those are the types of things we're talking there. Drugs has slightly increased, but nothing different that I'm alarmed about. It's still within the 7% population increase, so I see that as not alarming. So overall, the criminal code crime statistics are really in line with our population growth. There are some decreases. The person's crime is an encouraging decrease. But I'll get into next, the domestic violence continues to show a sharp increase. And they do take a lot of time, these files, they're high risk, and I'll explain that further. So if you look at the graph here, the very far right, it's all your years coming from 2006 up to 2015. These are the numbers that resemble the previous slide. Now, keep in mind, 2015 is just the first 10 months of 2015. The other years are full years, so they're 12 months. So as you can see, persons crime seem to have peaked around 2013. They are dropping slightly, which is encouraging. Property crime continues to increase at a steady rate. What is really encouraging that I find recently is our motor vehicle collisions are trending downwards. Last year we had 1,389. This year we've already had 11 110. I don't know if it's because of the great weather we've had, or the Safe City Streets program is actually having an effect. But the numbers on motor vehicle collisions, which do take amount of time, are trending downward slightly. If you look at overall the criminal code, the middle category, other, it's kind of a catch-all. I don't like the category because it doesn't say a lot, but I instead look at the bottom, total criminal code at the bottom. If you look at where we've gone, you know, as throughout the years, and last year we're at 3745. This year we're already at 3966 within 10 months, so it is an increase. Domestic violence is my biggest concern in Airdrie today, and I share this with many police chiefs across Alberta. Edmonton are finding the same thing. Other communities are as well, so we're not unique to this problem. In Alberta, domestic violence is on the rise. Whether it's the economy or what it is, we can all project, but already in 2015, we're at 642. The other graphs there show the entire years, the entire 12 months of the year. So last year we had a total of 471. We're already at 692 in 10 months. So it does increase. The reason why these are time consuming, because they take 3 to 4 hours for a member to attend to them on each call. We need to have 2 members, especially on the initial part of it. It ties up 2 members for 3 to 4 hours a call. So if you look at the numbers, we're looking at about probably 2 calls a day with domestic violence, and they do take a lot of time. So we can't risk it out. We can't not attend. We have to attend. We have to dive into what's causing the conflict with families and get it sorted out. So it's something we can't walk away from. And that's where within the domestic violence section, we're needing that corporal over top of that as well to assist in that supervision of those, because heaven forbid you don't want one of these to fall off the rails, because we all know what could happen, and that's what we're trying to prevent. So those are the numbers with domestic violence. You've seen this chart before in other years. It compares us to other detachments across Alberta, and I try to compare similar communities. There's some that are just way off the charts, like Lloydminster, Grand Prairie. They seem to have very severe issues. But our crime severity index, what a crime severity index is, it's a number that they come up with that calculates not just the amount of crime, the numbers, it takes in the quality, or it takes the types of charges and actually the sentencing that is imposed upon the person. So it really gives a full picture of, I guess, the violence in your community. So a low number is good, a high number is bad. So on the far right, Airdrie came out this year at 63. Last year we were at 80, I believe 81 last year. So we have come down. That is a good thing. But we are still higher than some of our St. Albert's, Sherwood Parks, but they're also higher. So I looked at it. It is encouraging. I know we started with asking for 8 members. We've moved down to 6. This is one of the reasons why I'm feeling more comfortable to move away from the 8 to the 6, because our crime severity is going down. We hope to continue to push it downwards, but that's what it is. If you look at our police to population ratios, here it shows Airdrie at 1338. Similar, St. Albert's 946, Sherwood Park 744, and your division average is 702. So the numbers I give you at 1 to 1,000 are realistic. I'm not inflating the numbers. They're, in my opinion, they're true numbers that are what we need. This graph shows our calls for service. This is from January 1st until the end of September. More or less, the brighter the colors, the red colors are more calls for service. Now, keep in mind, this is when the phone rings for us. It doesn't necessarily say when the crime happened, or when the proactive work should take place to prevent the crime. So, and of note, you saw this chart last year. Our time has shifted earlier. Our peak used to be around 6 or 7. We had a lot more red in that area. and it seems to be shifting downwards. We did go to our new shift schedule, which created way more coverage during those that 6 o'clock hour. But keep in mind, you know, we have a lot of green areas at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Although it looks green, that's when the people are coming out from Calgary doing the car prowlings, about to commit the crime. If you move a couple hours ahead of that, it's probably when the crime occurred. So it's still important to still be policing, you know, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning on the proactive side to prevent the crimes from happening. So we're well positioned with our shift schedule right now. With our that we went to last year was one of the better moves we went to cover off a proper coverage in policing, and you know, some of our numbers are reflecting with the crime severity index going down and our person's crime going down. It could, I don't say it is, it could have a result of, you know, that move, which was a wise move in my opinion. Thursday, Fridays are definitely still our busier nights compared to Sunday, but Sunday are your crazy days. That's when you know, domestics are higher, and this chart just shows a call being a call. So we are well positioned with our shift schedule to cover off these times. This here is a graph showing our calls for service over the last 3 years, every month. And as you can see, you know, it's from January to October because it's live statistics. And as you can see, 2013 has been higher pretty much every month. So our call volume continues to increase, but it does continue with our population growth. And I've mentioned a few times before is that statisticians describe Airdrie as being a classic relationship between population increase and our crime statistics. So as population increases, generally so does our population. The crime increase at the same rate, and that's what we're seeing with our calls for service.
So with that, thank you, Commander Sage. I'd just like to wrap up what we looked at, and we tried to see how we measure up with other centers. And so we only received a couple of cities' data, but what we did is we take our total policing costs over the total city operational expenditures. So we did get data from Lethbridge and Red Deer. So Lethbridge's figure in terms, again, total policing over the total city operating expenditures is roughly about 10%. Red Deer is roughly around 9%, and Airdrie are at 7%. So we're very efficient, and we still provide high quality policing. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chair, and I'm sure these guys can answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Gord. Much appreciated. Start out with Alderman Chapman, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair, just a couple of questions with the org structure. So the positions would be basically the roadside supervisor, not the commander watch, that the sergeant that's indicated on here?
Yeah, you know, it comes down to just changing a position number. It's an internal thing. It's easier for me to get 4 new sergeants than it is to reclassify, change the corporals. So the new positions, to make it very simple, is the roadside supervisor is the new position. The rank structure changes, but that is what Airdrie would see different.
So right now you have your watch commanders are corporals?
Yes.
So you'd be looking to hire 4 sergeants?
Yes, and when we do hire them, I believe
or transfer,
they're charged out at the same rate. Whether it's a constable or sergeant, it doesn't matter. It's the same rate of what it's charged out as.
You're led right into my next question. So we get charged the same amount, whether it's a long-time member, you know, sergeant obviously making good money. What happens during vacation? Because obviously they've got quite a few years of service. They have a lot of weeks a year of vacation. How does that cover over on that sergeant? Would the corporal just go back into that role of a watch commander at that point?
Yeah, so you would, when the sergeant would go on, right now, the way it works is when the corporal goes away, the entire watch is run by constables. So you'd have a constable bumping up into the watch commander position. So with the sergeant, if the sergeant went on holidays, the corporal would move into the sergeant position and a constable would move up into that. But what's important on this one is you always have a supervisor on staff. So you're eliminating that all constables at one time is what you're eliminating.
Okay.
So, and it comes for holidays, you're looking at probably, depends how much service they have, between 4 to 6 weeks holidays that rank would generally entail in a year.
Okay. And with that, I'm guessing at any given time, on any of these watches, there's probably a couple guys that are on vacation.
Yeah,
throughout the year.
we keep a minimum. So right now we're keep a minimum of 4 members on at one time. So we absolutely have to have 4 minimums, 4 people on. When we go to that, we're looking at moving it to 5. So so others can go, but they cannot go below below 5 members.
5 members, and does that include that watch commander then? Or is that?
Are you looking at with? It does now. Yes, it would.
It will include the watch commander. Okay. I was just curious about Sea Watch. There's an extra constable there. Was that just a matter of
yes,
a place to put them, or was
no,
that?
what that is we have we have to. There's a duty to accommodate certain amount of an office our size to accommodate members that might have a medical profile where they can't be on the streets. So, for example, this person here is a member that has a medical profile that can't respond to first duties, but he's in the office and he works as an office member that deals with our front counter and deals with action reports and things like that. So he is placed there. So he actually is with the administrative side of the house, helping out our front counter.
So that's not a member, that's there through the middle of the night sitting at a desk. He would be a frontline guy, somebody, or a frontline person somebody comes up to the counter and needs to speak to an RCMP member, that's generally who would be available to speak to.
And he works Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 type.
Straight days. Okay, understandable. And you had mentioned with the traffic, the 2 constables, they wouldn't be sharing the same shift. There would be an afternoon and evenings.
Absolutely.
And right now, they're generally doing what? The one that we have now, is it afternoon or?
Let me check.
Yeah, the one traffic constable right now, he goes back and forth. He'll work, say, a week of days and then switch over to a week of evenings.
Okay, when you're saying evenings, what shift is that? What time is that shift?
I believe it's until about 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay.
And you'll see him, he's the one that's driving the brown unmarked car.
Okay. We have a brown unmarked car? Thank you very much. I think that's got the questions answered I had. Thank you.
Secret's out, I guess. Alderman Colson, please.
I was just going to say the same. Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering about the domestic violence and the 3 to 4 hours. Is part of that time paperwork that it takes them, like responding to the call? It could take an hour at the home and then they leave and there's 3 hours of paperwork, or is it actual on-site?
Yeah, so a lot of the domestic violence calls, there's just 2 different calls, or generally 2 different calls that we respond to that are domestic in nature. And one is an actual assault that occurred, but most of the time is a situation what we call domestic disharmony. And so that's when, things have gotten bad and they're just not getting along. But a lot of that time, that 3 or 4 hours, that has to do with paperwork.
Okay, because I see it, I mean, even on my street, the police show up for domestic, they're there for half an hour and they're gone. So I was just wondering where the disparity was in that. So when you've got that, the watch supervisor, does that mean there'll be 2 cars responding then to each domestic call?
Yeah, there's always 2 calls, 2 people responding to domestic, but within that will be a supervisor now. So it could be now a supervisor and a member.
So would a supervisor ride along with the regular members, or would they have their own separate car?
They have their own separate car, and it's actually marked supervisor. So the public are able to see that when someone comes up to the scene, it's a supervisor on the car, so they'd know that that's the supervisor vehicle.
Okay, and then just, I've spoken about this before, but I have an issue about how we compare to like Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, because we have such different challenges than they do when you're talking about police per resident. So if we were to compare to, say, a Chestermere and Okotoks, kind of more of those sleepier communities that don't have, that have sort of the similar outerlying issues that we do, what would they be looking at, for the police per resident?
Just to correct one thing, I mean, I make the comparison a lot because I worked in Fort McMurray at the same time that Fort McMurray was what Airdrie is today, with the population, and the community dynamics. And I compare a lot of resemblance to what, on a day-to-day, the issues we were dealing with in Fort McMurray with growth, housing, domestic violence, people overextending themselves with credit, they are very similar. So although we say Fort McMurray is different, it's very much the same. And when it comes down to policing, so the day-to-day policing is very, very similar. The numbers are different, but how you police and your day-to-day policing is very similar to those. When you look at other communities, say St. Albert's, I was on course with one of the commander of St. Albert last couple weeks ago, and we were making comparisons a lot. They describe almost not an elderly community, but more of an established community, where Airdrie seems to be younger, more dynamic, more first-time home buyers. St. Albert will be more, 50, 60-year-olds that have had a mortgage, the mortgage is paid off. Much different stressors were. That's why I find Airdrie is a lot more like Fort McMurray, where you have a lot of people on their first mortgage, first vehicle, young family. So they're...
Yeah, I understand the dynamics in that. I guess I'm talking about more outer influences, like you've got issues with policing on reservations that encompass and surround towns that can make that ratio very important to get it down to, say, the 700 mark versus the 1,000. So I struggle just a little bit with that. But that aside...
And just to add to that, like when we police Airdrie, we complete totally separate from the rural side. That's one thing I can attest to over the years I've been here. We completely keep our operations, our rural operations, 100% separate from our city operations. So when we police the city of Airdrie, I have with my 49 members, they are within the city of Airdrie, and then we have the rural members outside, and they are totally separate. So what happens in the outside area, although it does affect us at times, on operation of the police office is totally separate.
I guess that wasn't really the path I was taking. I was talking more those outerlying areas coming in, that you have higher crime rates at outerlying communities that come in, like say if you were to compare to Cochrane, the police per resident, they have different dynamics in Cochrane with their outerlying residents that come in and cause crime in their municipality versus an Airdrie or a Chestermere, that kind of thing. But
yeah,
that's a topic for another day, I think, maybe, that
okay.
we can get to. But so, next question would be, where are we sitting with last year's 8 RCMP officers? Are we fully staffed?
I'm proud to say we are fully staffed. We haven't been fully staffed in probably many, many years, like 10, 15 years. Okay. We actually are 100% staffed and almost overstaffed. Oh. So we've done an exceptional job with that. So every position is filled. Our strategy in this time actually worked, and we hope to aim for that April 1st deadline again. Okay. I was quite successful this last year with our strategy, and we're going to hopefully roll the same strategy out as well, and have them actually in place. So last year, by April 1st, I believe we had 6 or 7 out of the 8, and the other one came very shortly after. So
that's excellent to hear.
It's really good.
I had another question, and it just escaped me, so maybe I'll think on that. But thank you.
If you remember, we can always come back. Just, Gord, just quickly, if it's possible, and I'll direct this to Mark, if we can provide some comparatives with Okotoks, Cochrane, because I'm sure they're going through the same process, just to maybe put Alderman Colson's concerns. You mentioned in your presentation, Gord, that people are coming from Calgary to commit some of the car prowlings and things like that. Now, I don't know if that's the case because you arrest them, so you would know, but I've heard that from the other mayors as well. So related to crime in our communities, definitely it is an issue because I'm talking to the other mayors. That's one thing they mention all the time as well. They're very young communities as well. So first Deputy Mayor Bellick and then Alderman Hunter, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Gord, can you speak on the gang-related instances that you have here in Airdrie, as in the gangs coming to Airdrie from Calgary?
Yeah, most certainly. We have a huge influence from Calgary coming into Airdrie. I mean, what we find is people are sitting in Calgary and deciding to pray into Airdrie. That's what we're finding. I mean, you look at our bigger files that we solve, the robberies, the home invasions, the shooting, they're Calgary residents that are coming into Airdrie. We are an opportunity for them, and they come and they go. You know, I look at last year with our the amount of proactive work we did with the prowlings of the car prowlings, but people look at Airdrie as an opportunity to take advantage of, and that is continuing to increase. We're seeing, and that's where our general investigation section, the need to increase that is to deal with that crime, organized crime piece of it. We do liaise with Calgary City Police quite frequently with a gangs unit. We actually have our, we did this last year, we're doing it again, is we're going to have our gang suppression team, the Calgary City Police gang suppression team. They're going to come out here and train our people and do that as well. So we're going to continue on with that. So that whole what the gang suppression team is clearly saying in Calgary is they've been very effective there, and they're pushing them out to the outlying areas, and we are the receiver of that, definitely. So that's what we're looking at through our, between our watch members and our general investigation section, is to have a very active gang suppression system to push them to other communities outside of Airdrie.
Great. All right. And you were talking about 1,198 people per officer, and you were talking you eventually like to get to 1 to 1,000. So why aren't you more aggressive maybe now getting to that point rather than maybe 2 years down the road?
You know, it's a very good question. I do think, you know, it's a changing times. There's pressures on everybody, and everyone needs to bear those pressures, and we're no different. So I'm very sympathetic to the pressures that people are facing. You know, I look at my 8 members, and from the start, I said 6 are critical, and the other 2 are important. I do think the 6 that we're talking are critical. We need those 6. They're absolutely critical. The other 2 are important. If we got them next year, I would be okay with it. But it's the 6 that we're talking about, I do see them as critical. Same as the full-time watch clerk. I see that as critical as well. These are critical positions that I think we need to staff, or we'll see a negative effect from it.
Okay. Through the chair. Sorry, if I can just add a little bit. At the police board, we've discussed, as well as Gord and myself, we have implemented the 4-watch system. We haven't operated a complete year yet. I think they've seen some great benefits from that, and so I think that's helped in terms of the numbers requested.
Okay. And my last question is directed to Mark. On page 152 in our binders here, it says new police officers working in Airdrie, and the target is 8 officers hired by April 2016. Am I missing something, or is that just a typo?
At the time, the request was 8. So at the time the document was put together, we probably just didn't go back and correct it. So it reflects what the ask was, but the reality is 6.
All right, thank you.
And Alderman Bellick, we make that request at the beginning of the year through the mayor's office. So we make an assumption until budget. So we actually made a formal request so that RCMP would have advance notice of potentially our requirements. So just to clarify that. Alderman Hunter, please.
Through the chair, and so just to clarify, RCMP corporate, if you will, upstairs, they have been notified that we would potentially be looking for 8 officers for the 2016. So that ask is still in there. We just haven't firmed it up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And typically, we caveat that with subject to budget approval. So at the time that the budget is approved, we follow through with another letter up to the corporate structure at RCMP. And in this case, it was very successful last year. We actually put the date on that we will be looking to have those officers hired, and it'll be April 1st.
So, through the chair, I guess what I'm excited about is last year, it was presented to the Municipal Policing Advisory Board, a 3-year policing strategy. We got to year 1. We were quite successful. It's starting to bear fruit. My preference would be that we put the pressure on the bad guys, not on the budget line items. And so if the ask is for 8 and we'd like 8, but we could live with 6, all we're doing is stretching out that strategy and putting another year in. So when I looked at this and it said 6, 8, and 8, in my mind, to get the policing population ratio to the point where we can kind of rest easy and say, now we have something in place. It's not going to change significantly regardless of what the crime trends go. I can see some decreases right now because we've put this strategy in place. But if we take our foot off the gas, I can see most career criminals are opportunists, and they see the weak points and they choose communities. I think we've discussed, they choose communities for a lot of reasons. We have discussed this at length in Municipal Policing Advisory. I can tell you that it's absolutely unanimous across the board that we stick with the original strategy, which was 8, 8, and 8. And I, again, understand that there are all kinds of budgetary pressures as to why we might move them around and deploy them at different times. But from what I've seen in the community, what I'm hearing in the community, and what we've heard on our Municipal Policing Advisory Board, we are very, very, very what's the word? We're very committed to making sure that we stuck to, and I haven't seen anything in talking with Gordon, talking with the members on the street that I talk to on occasion, looking at the community. I haven't seen anything in my mind other than would it make budgetary sense to say that we should take our foot off the gas of that original 8-8-8 strategy. And so I'm really, really concerned that we put the ask in for 8, put on the gas, get the 8, and let's let the pressure be on the bad guys, not the good guys. I just can't see us.
Okay, so let's take that point, and when we come back to reevaluate, you're comfortable with bringing it back then and having that conversation? So Lucy, if you could make a note for us on the 8, that would be terrific. Did you want to respond at all, or are you guys comfortable with Alderman Hunter? Okay, we're going to Alderman Coulson first.
Did you need to?
No, you go first. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It just dawned on me that I hadn't thanked you for keeping our community safe, so thank you for doing your best there. Just my other question that I had forgotten was, what were the 2 that you had cut for this year? Where would those have been focused on?
The 2 that were taken off would have been on the watch. So on the main body of the watches where you had the, just back up. It'd be 2 watches would have additional, yeah.
So maybe instead of 4 members, you might have 5 occasionally. Is that kind of how
Oh, right there.
that works out?
So on the very left, bottom left 2 columns, so you have A watch and B watch, I would add additional 1 on each one of those watches. So it would be frontline police officers. That would be the direct result.
So nothing in the office, no plain clothes or
Nope.
undercovers?
It would be frontline uniform members on the street.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schultz, did you want to make a comment?
Through the chair, and I just want to talk a little bit about, I guess, the larger picture from my perspective when we look at manpower, and I can talk organizationally. And it kind of speaks to my opening remarks this morning, but we ask all of our budget leaders and all of their departments as they bring in their requests, whether it's manpower and other operating, for what is critical, what's important, what are our options, because as I said, we also know we have to weigh in the budgetary implications, and I feel Inspector Sage went through the same process that we ask of any other department in trying to strike that balance of overall budget impact to the taxpayer and what he feels he needs to operate the service.
Thank you. Alderman Chapman.
Thank you, Your Worship. You had made a comment, Inspector Sage, that I found interesting, almost overstaffed.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because when I say overstaffed, I have a city detachment and I have a provincial detachment. So all my city positions are actually full. So I have a member that's paid by the province that I use on the city side. So the province is paying for this position. It's one of those one extra that they know will normalize somewhere within my operations. So it's a position that's being paid by the province on a very short-term basis, because we know we have members transferring in and out all the time, so it does normalize itself. So it's a position that I have that is, and for example, people come back on maternity leave. They come back, then you're slightly over for a short amount of time until things normalize again, until you get them back to that normalized number. Historically, we're always running 5 or 6 below all the time and having vacant positions. So right now, my municipal positions are full, and the province is paying those maternity and those positions when people come back. I also have some gradual return to work. So members that are trying to come back into policing, into work for whatever reason, I integrate them back into my operations, but on the provincial dime. So the provincial is paying for them, but I integrate them into detachment policing, because there's a lot of experience they can gather on a detachment compared to the rural. It's a lot busier. Our municipal detachment is much busier than our rural side. So there's more opportunities for their development, but those extras are paid by the province until things normalize. So anything extra, it gets paid by the province.
Perfect, thank you. And just one more question. Is there room? Do you have room in that building for all these members? Are we going to face something a few years down the road that we have to do an expansion or anything like that?
It's funny you should ask that. Through the chair, we're actually looking at doing some modifications as part of their capital project this year. Those have been initiated. We're looking at the seating plans. What we want to do is, with Gordon and staff, look at probably a little bit longer term and do the modifications such that provide some additional space over time. So we'll be looking at doing that in the next month or two.
And with respect to the on the new positions, a lot of those positions, like the roadside supervisors, they're on the road. When I get more members, there's an extra ratio of vehicles come with it. So when I get extra members, it also comes with extra vehicles. The city doesn't pay for it, but that's what the RCP gives me. So their office would be their car. I mean, they still have to have an office, a small office, but the expectation is they're on the road in their police car, not necessarily in the office.
Like each member doesn't have an office. So they're sharing desks, if I'm not mistaken, aren't they? Yeah, my brother's a longtime member, and I remember his desk was always.
And through the chair, if I could just add, we do have a flex space on the ground floor to the rear of the building that still would be available for future growth should we need it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Alderman Burley.
Inspector Sage, what's your comfort level with going from the 8 to the 6? That's my question.
You know, I refer back to the wording of critical and important. The 6 are critical. I do see we're going to see a negative reaction if we don't get the 6. The other ones are important. I do believe we need to work towards that. You know, you're talking in a big, 2 people in a big operation. It's not as impactful, but the roadside supervisor are absolutely critical. Like we are falling off in some areas, and you can just watch the media recently. That's an example that a lot of that's because of lack of supervision. Why that was, but they are important. But my goal is to, and I do believe we have to strive towards that 1 to 1,000 not from that 1 to 1,600 where we were when I first came here. That was dangerous, but,
Alderman Hunter.
Through the chair, Gord, can you just speak to, and again, with the economy pretty much tanking that I've seen, and I have a huge concern that, and again, I kind of watch social media, I'm looking at what's going on in the community, I'm listening, I'm talking to people in the business community that are talking about less people at the storefront purchasing, et cetera. Those are economic indicators that are out there that we can kind of see and touch every day. I guess, so the domestic violence piece really, really concerns me in that. So if any of these constables, based on the watch commanders on any shift, are overburdened with domestic violence, I'm assuming that your domestic violence unit, it's not sole source. You got to wait for the domestic violence guys to free up before you send them. If you've got members and you've got issues and all those things, you could use a position to support domestic violence units or anything else that you guys would choose to support them with extra members, correct?
I kind of missed the question there, but.
Well, so let's say we have 8 instead of 6. Two of those members could be used in any other area that you see fit that needs support, depending on the pressures of that moment in time. You know, if you had a bad week, for instance, I'm assuming towards Christmas time you get a spike in domestic violence calls and things like that. With you know, people tend to drink more at that time of year. The pressures are on with all the things that go like that. So an extra 2 members, you could deploy them at will to whatever areas you see the pressure spots are in the municipal policing model, nothing to do with rural and all those pieces.
Yes, I mean, I can move those members wherever the pressure is, for sure. I mean, I have the ability to move them wherever we go.
Gord, can you move the microphone a little closer, please, so everybody can hear you? Thanks.
Yeah, pull this higher. Oh, pull hard? Sorry, I'll move over to cuddle up to Chad here. I mean, when a domestic happens, it's not just our domestic violence that's rolling. It's the front. The first ones that are rolling are the front line watch members. So that's the core group of people. My operations, I have to flex them, move my people around slightly constantly. I mean, when we have that shooting we had and we're able to solve it very quickly, the key to that success was to front end load that file with members. So generally my strategy with that is you use your plainclothes section, but you also augment that with your watch members that have the skill set that can fit into that team environment and work at. And that's what we do. So I do move people around quite frequently, depends on the workload. Serious crime goes in waves. It comes up and down. So my kind of pool that I draw from is the watch. So although the watch you think is your core policing lines, when things get really bad and I have to draw members into that team concept to strategize and go after a bad guy or girl, I draw from my watches. So I think your question was, I mean, if you add another 2 into there, it would give me ability to I guess, draw 2 more into the flavor of the day or what the issue of the day is. If it's domestic violence, absolutely. I mean, but the watch members are heavily engulfed in the domestic violence already.
Perfect. Great.
Alderman Chapman.
Just one more, Gord. When you're out looking for, these watch commanders, what's a sergeant position? Is Airdrie a desirable place for a sergeant to transfer to? When you're a sergeant, you're getting just about, to the end of your career. Is this someplace where they're going to want to come to retire, or are they going to look to get to the island or something? I'm just curious. Is it a popular for a sergeant or common for a sergeant to transfer?
No, thanks for asking that. And I'm proud to say that when I first came here, and I'm not trying to blow my own horn here, but Airdrie wasn't as attractive as it has. Right now, and I've gotten this from our key staffing personnel, people that staffs, Airdrie is highly desirable to come to, and its members want to come here. They're members, and it's what we've created in Airdrie. I mean, it's not just what we've created, it's what the city provides too. It's a very attractive place to go. So it's very highly desirable, where past years it wasn't. People were, Red Deer right now, they're having a very hard time staffing Red Deer because it's not really a happy place to be. Airdrie's different. The people I'm attracting, when it comes to that sergeant position, it could be someone coming out of a limited duration post, but there's an equal chance that'll go to promotion. So I have one on the provincial side right now that I'm promoting into, and I just finished the selection a little while ago, and you have highly skilled people that are applying for these jobs. So I'm able to take the cream of the crop and draw them into Airdrie, and that's would be my intention.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that they find Airdrie desirable.
Yeah.
More comments or questions for Chad? Chad, you're a sergeant, right? Are you not your rank as sergeant?
Staff sergeant.
Yes. Well, you're not retiring anytime soon. You're here for a long time, just being clear. So a couple of questions. Sorry for Lucy, did we reevaluate our growth assumptions at 777 over the next 3 years, or I wasn't here this morning, so I'm just curious if that's still the same.
We not too long ago had another look at our growth figures, and we come to the conclusion that we're pretty comfortable that we will have somewhere around 7% increase, population increase, and that's just a pure factor of just how much empty dwellings we had when we did census, for example, the amount of building activity that's happened over the last 2 quarters of the year, for example, that would just drive a population increase in around the 7%. So we're feeling good with the 7% assumption that we've made. Where we were feeling a bit off, and I can go over what we presented this morning with you a little bit later.
I can revisit that with you at another time.
For sure, that's what I'm suggesting, and it's the piece around whether or not we've been too aggressive on our building inspection revenue is the piece that we are wondering about.
Okay, thank you. And Chad, as far as the domestic violence calls, you said the majority were people not getting along. How often of the percentage do you actually dispatch officers to the site? Is it 100% of the time, or can you tell by a telephone call whether or not it's necessary to come out?
No. We always attend all those calls because you never know until you get there the nature of the.
Perfect, and that's what I thought, but I didn't want to make an assumption. As far as the calls for service, do we dispatch on every call, or are you able to ascertain during that call that we do not need to dispatch? So, because I saw our numbers were up significantly, just curious, do we dispatch on every call, or do we dispatch on a percentage of them?
Well, our call takers, our dispatch, they're trained to gather a lot of the evidence over the phone. And they have their own way of prioritizing, and then they dispatch to our members. And based on that information, then we prioritize as well on whether we'll respond or not. So yeah, there are calls that we won't respond to, and usually it's priority 1, 2, or 3. Priority 1 will be.
Sir, do you quantify that, Chad? So if 800 calls come in, you only send 600 times out, or do you have a number on that?
No, I can't.
So you don't quantify, you just capture the calls coming in and then how it's ascertained after that. So we don't have any data that would say that we dispatch 50% of the time, 90% of the time?
No, I have nothing on that.
Yeah,
Is there a way to capture that? Because it's kind of relevant information if we're looking for time and officers and everything else, right? So
I would say we're pretty much going to most of the calls. I mean, I'd say in the high 90s we're going to the calls.
Okay, and that's fair enough. I just want to put it out there.
And there is a movement coming that it could change our world coming up as well, as they're looking at provincially not attending alarms anymore. We still are going to alarms, but there is a movement to across the province of Alberta, not attending alarms. And it does make a lot of sense. So it's not here yet, but there is a movement that could be coming in the near future.
Well, I don't know what the percentage is of false alarms, but it's probably pretty significant.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, I figured. Chad, did you want to comment?
Yes. So, and when you talk about, it's not always about being dispatched. So, if we get a fraud complaint, we may not be dispatched to it. We'll have the complainant come to the office, and just because we're not responding, that fraud complaint could be a significant amount of work after the fact.
Absolutely, and the complexities of your work we're not experts up here. We're just trying to ascertain as much as we can. On another note, to echo Alderman Coulson and all of us on council, we've seen significant shifts in crime in the community, and we really want to commend all of you and your officers and your team for the work that you've done, especially this past year with the challenges that we faced and how effective we were at correcting and arresting people and getting that word back out in the community. So I really want to extend our sincere congratulations from everyone who sits up here. We don't always get an opportunity to see you, but please pass it on to your members. We're very pleased with the service we get with the RCMP, and we really appreciate this great arrangement that we have here at the City of Airdrie. Mark, you were going to comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to cover off one of the requests that was made here in terms of information from surrounding municipalities. I'm not sure, it's on page 153 of my book, but there's some benchmarks made. We didn't compare to some of the smaller municipalities because we see ourselves as a mid-sized city, and so therefore we start comparing to the Grand Prairie's, Lethbridge's, and Medicine Hats. But does this group still want to hear or see some information?
So I won't speak for Alderman Coulson, but I believe, I think there's some relevancy to having some information that we can compare to as it relates to some of our neighboring municipalities in the urban sectors. Go ahead, Alderman Coulson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think it's very relevant, and the statistics would line up. The averages would be the same. It'd be easy to compare.
Thank you. We'll address that.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I know you may not have the time to do it, but we still have to have that council meeting, so you can bring that information forward after deliberations are done here at the Budget Committee level. Are there any other comments for Gord or Chad? I seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in. You guys really appreciate all the great information.
I have a couple things to say.
All right, next up we are welcoming Mr. Stevens, 6.3, and he will be discussing his plan for environmental services.
Mayor Brown, can I
I'm sorry.
summarize?
Absolutely.
Just as we go through all the different areas, I just want to make sure that we have down clearly the pieces to come back to you, and we are going to make absolutely every attempt to bring it back to you overnight so you have it for tomorrow morning. And we just clarified the piece around providing the ratios for Chestermere and Okotoks, and we can bring that back tomorrow. We also had I also have a note down here to ensure that...
Sorry, Lucy, Cochrane as well, please.
Chestermere, Okotoks, and Cochrane.
Yes.
Those three? Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Glad I went through that. Cochrane. I have a note down here for Alderman Hunter that we, just to put, as we circle back at the end, to put up on the table an additional 2 RCMP officers. Correct? I've added that to the list to come back to at the end after we've gone through all of our presentations. And there was some questions around cost per officer. So I think what we'll do is just ensure that we can give you something that clearly outlines the costs that are in your budget right now for our RCMP contract, plus tell you exactly how much it'll cost to add 2 more into that. So those were the comments I had. Just to wrap up with community safety, we do need to just cue in Lauren on his presentations, and then he'll be ready to go. I did have one other item of correction that was from this morning, if I can just give you that piece of information.
Please
now.
proceed.
It'll just be very, very quick. And just need the mouse. So just really quick, and there was a question about the extraordinary increases, Genesis Place hours. why this one was 4.01, and when we were talking about Michelle's area, it was 5.01. The 5.01 is correct. Tara realized that that was an error on the adjustments here. And I did mention that we'd reprint this page for you, but it's a very simple correction here. It should be, the extraordinary should be 5.01, and the other should be 1.97 as a minus. So if you just want to correct your sheet of paper for that, then we won't actually reprint it for you. We'll save a piece of colored paper, and I will move it to infrastructure now, if that's okay.
Lauren, whenever you're ready, and I believe Tara and Shannon are here as well to support you, so please proceed.
Mayor Brown and members of the Council Budget Committee, pleased to be here today to present the environmental services overview. I would note that environmental services has a couple different components here, and one of them being the utility administration. So this is a bit of a shared effort between Shannon and myself. In terms of the specific operational components associated with water and sewer, and that's the ongoing operation and maintenance of our utility system, that falls in our water services area, and obviously the waste and recycle component and service delivery falls in my area as well. In terms of the budget package before you, the environmental services section starts at page 391. I'm probably focusing my initial part of the presentation starting at page 401, moving forward, and then Shannon will speak to the utility administration. Sorry, that's the wrong presentation. Just while we're rebooting the presentation for environmental services, a couple of things I would note is that with our overall water sewer system, we operate, or we have in the ground, approximately 260 kilometers of water main, approximately 240 kilometers of sanitary main, approximately 200 kilometers of storm sewer main, and if you throw in our residential, commercial, and industrial service connections, we have about 19,000 connections into those pieces of infrastructure as well.
Excuse me, Your Worship, I'm sorry. Do we have handouts for one? Thank you.
Sorry, Ellen, what are we missing? Oh, they're bringing the slides forward. Okay, thanks. Can we get a bigger binder to hold all of this information, or? I don't think we have to worry about that, Alderman Burley. This isn't 3-hole punch, though, so it could be a problem. Please, thank you. I think you can continue, Lauren, while we're getting our information.
And this particular slide just gives an overview of the scope of the operation associated with our environmental services. Of note is the capital infrastructure, and as Council recently heard, we are up against a number of life cycle enhancements to some of our key water and sewer facilities, and those will include components of both life cycling, existing assets at those, for instance, the water reservoir and lift station, as well as enhancing them for growth, which is funded from our development levies. So again, the overall scope of environmental services, utility admin, water services, that water services section also deals with our sewer and waste and recycling as well. Overall trend lines, and I don't think any of this will come as a surprise to Council, but the costs, the expenditures and revenues associated with this program area heavily influenced by our population growth and by growth of our infrastructure. We do have information in here also talking about our contributions to reserves. And then, of course, waste and recycling costs are impacted by costs in landfill disposal rates as well. If we look at the allocation of manpower within the city, 9% of that is dedicated to environmental services, and that again includes both the utility administration, waste and recycle, and water services. and overall about 44 FTEs. You will see requests before you here, and I'll speak to those in my area pertaining to the additional staff being requested. Water services, and I guess there is certainly staffing adds being requested in this area. I'll just detail those specifically right now. With the 1 FTE increase in water services, that is allocated as follows: 0.2 FTE for a flusher truck operator. This is a position that's split between the water and sewer utility. A 0.5 operations support coordinator, and that's also split with the sewer utility, and a 0.3 capital project engineer. This shows up, and you'll see further in our engineering services overview. Overall, that's one body being allocated proportionally between benefiting departments. In terms of the operating trends, so what we're looking at in this particular program area is that we did have a position hired in 2015, so this is carryover costs for the full year. COLA band step movements account for a $36,000 increase. The additional FTE positions and portions thereof account for $84,000. We are seeing in this area, again, as our infrastructure continues to grow, there are increased life cycle inspections, repairs, maintenance, and so forth. One of the biggest portions of this that we want to achieve in the water services areas is with the recent addition of the new water supply main to Calgary and the recent commissioning of our new water reservoir down in South Windsong. We do want to go back and do an extensive assessment of our main 900 mil water supply line from Calgary. We're at a point now where we can actually shut down that line and do an extensive inspection of it and to undertake any life cycle repairs necessary on that. It's very strategic timing for us in that regard. We have looked and had some internal discussions on appropriate contributions to reserves, so those are identified as $134,000 increase. And there are reductions in here in long-term debt. A key part of that is the reduced debenture for the reservoir pump house. There were, on the revenue side here, and I won't speak to them in detail, but there were some changes on the revenue side. A lot of those pertain to simply how we were dealing in the utility function with the Calgary water, wastewater charges. And we are coming before council with the proposed connection fees in the very near future. But some of the differences in revenue here, and I think specifically on the water side, there was $433,000 in growth charges that flowed out of the reserves that will be accounted for differently on a go-forward basis. So maybe I'll pause on water services if there are, unless you'd like me to continue with the entire presentation.
Unless there's some direct questions, we can come back. So let's continue, Lauren, please.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the sewer side, and what I'll focus on here is the addition, the staffing addition, and in this particular program area, there are 2.5 FTEs proposed. And they are split as follows: 0.8 FTEs for the remainder of the flusher truck operator. This is a position that, and I think we spoke to it briefly in the capital budget, where there is the proposed addition in the capital budget of a flusher truck and 1 FTE that'll be allocated likely between 2 bodies to operate that truck for roughly 6 or 7 months of the year. There's a 1.0 FTE for a stormwater technician. Now, this was a position that had been, when staff brought before council about a year ago, a proposed level of service for stormwater facilities. That was a position identified in our proposed level of service. The scope of that position would be to essentially we'd be looking to add a specialist in our organization to deal with all things stormwater related. That includes monitoring, water quality monitoring, as opposed to simply looking at outfall and associated structures, looking at the complete perimeter and all associated features of a storm pond, responding to public concerns and inquiries, and assisting with any contract work that's required to maintain those stormwater facilities at a predetermined level of service. There is matching up the 0.5 FTE ask with the water side was a 0.5 FTE for operations support coordinator. Just speaking a little bit more to that particular program, we have a number of specialty program areas in the water services area. So for instance, we have utility locates, we have asset management specialist, we coordinate closed caption television. That was a position added in 2015 that actually allows us to flush the lines. Then we go in and video inspect lines as well, so coordinating that program area. We also have industrial monitoring, which is a program that will go out to businesses and inspect what they are discharging into our sewer system. Certainly a strong component on education, but also enforcement as necessary. And overall, this operations program coordinator is really looking to, if we look at, I guess, the overall water services team, it is a large team. We're in excess of 20 folks. In fact, I think we're closer to 25 in that area. And we're looking at both the underground operations, maintenance, repair. We're operating the reservoirs and lift stations. And then this is all of these specialty programs. We are looking for some coordinating support with that particular position. The remainder of the staffing ask in this area is a 0.2 capital project manager, and again, that's to deal with managing the construction upgrades of various water and sewer facilities, and in addition, again, the 0.5 is proposed to be funded through the engineering services portion of the budget to be presented later. Overall operating trends in this area, again, there is a $393,000 growth charge that flows into the reserve, and I spoke to briefly. It's the same story as with the water utility, whereby we're just dealing with the water connection charges, and we're a different funding model for those going forward. Overall, COLA band step movements, 84,000. The 2.5 FTE positions increase or proposed increase in expenditures here, 183,000. From the positions filled in 2015, there was a $56,000 increase. We are looking again moving forward with enhanced levels of stormwater maintenance. So there's a $103,000 increase in that particular program area. One of the big things in here, chemical costs, and we are under a new master servicing agreement with Calgary, and even formerly encountering some H2S issues at the discharge point into Calgary. That has necessitated some increased expenditures in this area to treat with chemical, and as council also heard, we are undertaking some measures on a capital budget perspective to put increased oxygen diffusers into our key facilities as well. But that is increasing program costs in this area in approximately $205,000. I would note that we do have some US dollar exchange rate adjustments as a result of that. Contributions to reserves, proposed increase here of $1.3 million, and increased water consumption due to growth at $83,000. Moving on to the waste and recycling area.
Sorry, Lauren, I don't want to interrupt you, because I think Alderman Haig has something on the top of his mind while we're here.
Thank you. Just if we could go, yeah, back to the last slide. Thank you. So the increase in storm pond treatment, are you seeing that increase in the older storm ponds or in the newer storm ponds with development? Like, is there any kind of correlation to the increase, and where is that increase occurring?
I think through the chair, one of the things that the stormwater levels of service brought before council were intended to be performance-based. So, for instance, if there was a certain level of algae growth, it would be treated with live liquid microorganisms. So, I would say, generally speaking, it is older ponds around the city. But we're not necessarily using the age of the pond as a criteria. It is more are we encountering algae growth in that area? Does it require liquid live microorganism treatment? Or if that doesn't work, are there additional enhancements required? We did try this year a floating island storm pond out in the Luckstone area. So I think that's also moving forward with that type of program is also contemplated. And as well, I think we are looking in strategic areas where we may want to move towards oil and grit separators to actually remove some sediments before they actually even enter the pond. So that's really, it's tough to generalize where that's happening. I mean, our staff are mindful that they're monitoring ponds, they're responding to citizen concerns, and I think that moving forward with a specialty support in this area will actually give us a more consistent program delivery as well.
So just to add to that, then I guess my question too is so we have some areas that are partially developed and continually developing, and you know, you do see I guess some kind of mitigation in terms of blocking the storm sewers about materials that might end up in there. And so I guess that was, like, if you're noticing anything in terms of the oil and any foreign materials that you might not be able to treat as well as you might be able to treat the algae in some of those ponds.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not, apologies, I'm not sure I understood.
So you talk about the oil and grit installation in the separator, right? So in the newer storm ponds, or in areas where there's storm ponds that aren't fully developed yet, and we see, you know, developers and builders putting, I don't know what they're called, but you know, something to block what might be going in there to help prevent that. And I'm just wondering if, you know, in the older storm ponds, obviously there'll be some of that runoff as well too, in terms of what will just happen because of old cars and trucks or whatever parked on the streets. But in terms of some of the materials that might be going in by developers as they're developing some of the newer areas, if there's any kind of difference in terms of challenges and causing an increase in dollars that would be needed to treat those storm ponds. Sure.
Thank you for the clarification through the chair. A couple of comments I would offer in that regard. Our newer storm ponds would typically have a 4-bay design which acts as an accumulator for sediments and so forth coming into the pond in a defined area of the pond, so we can capture on a maintenance cycle where we may need to go in and clean out sediment. Now those are typically set up for 25 or more year life cycles to remove sediment. Where we do get into oil and grit separators or contemplating installation of those is typically areas of the community where there are no storm ponds that exist. So you may have, if I think of, for instance, Summerhill area, there are no storm ponds, and by virtue of how they were originally installed, you know, stormwater management at that particular point in time was about making sure stormwater did not flood streets and homes, and it was getting it away from residences in the quickest manner possible. And so in those cases, you are essentially, the storm sewer system in those areas is set up to directly just discharge into Nose Creek with zero treatment whatsoever. Whereas the standard now with wet ponds is to have a 4-bay designed, a certain retention time, and it allows sediment, you know, nutrient uptake from surrounding plants, sediment removal by settling into the 4-bay system. And so I really think when we're talking oil and grit separators here, it's looking at older parts of town, and in most instances where there is no existing stormwater catchment and treatment area. it's areas that have directly discharged into Nose Creek.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Please continue, Lauren.
And moving into the waste and recycling area, and just as a notation or a reminder for council, we are not proposing in the 2016 program year any curbside recycling initiatives. We had committed to come back to council in 2016, and that'll likely be in the first quarter with some program options in that regard. And we're looking at a likely 2017 implementation with council support and approval. So really the costs in this area mainly speak to the increase in the number of residences being served, and then again some additional costs with respect to landfill and disposal costs. There is a 0.13 FTE staffing request here, and that was essentially set up to be a portion of a receptionist to be housed at 15 East Lake Hill. The costs for that were going to be shared. There are a number of deliveries, including from fleet, accounts payable, as well as some traffic associated with waste and recycling. So the 0.13 FTE add was to essentially accommodate a receptionist at 15 East Lake Hill, and this is the proportionate share of that. When we look at the overall costs in this area, again, COLA band step movements at 14,000, approximately 7,000 for a portion of a receptionist. The increase in contracted and general services comes in around 239,000. Increased contribution to reserves, 390,000. There have been some offsetting cost savings in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities in the amount of 62,000, and a decrease in internal chargebacks at 72,000. And if there's no further questions at this time in that area, perhaps I'll pass this over to Shannon to speak about utility admin.
Any questions? Nope. Shannon, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown, members of council. I'm going to speak to you a little bit about the utility administration side of things, and if you have any questions at any point, please stop me on that slide and I'll be happy to answer them. First slide just gives an overview of the utility administration department. Just keep in mind this is the first year that we have split out the utility admin from the water services budget, and we are still working on determining which costs should be included in each of those areas. The large increase in revenue shown here is a direct relation to increase in expenses on the water services side. When utilities is actually combined with water services, there's only an overall increase of 300,000. Our actual FTEs are decreasing slightly due to a full-time employee that left the organization, and this position was only replaced with a part-time position. We were able to do this because of numerous process efficiencies the department has implemented over the course of the last year to year and a half, as well as the rollout of My Airdrie. To date, we have over 7,000 utility accounts linked on My Airdrie. In regards to the operating trend, as I mentioned, we are still working on breaking out items that do relate to the utility. Right now, the water purchases from the City of Calgary are sitting here. That's why you see the large expense in this budget. The increased cost from the City of Calgary is due to population growth as well as a 9% rate increase. We also had some one-time costs in 2015 for $131,000 that do not carry forward into 2016. And in regards to water meters, we have been under a long-term 5-year agreement for the supply of these meters, which is coming to an end in 2015. We did just go out to RFP last month and are seeing about a 25% increase in the cost of these water meters, mainly due to the U.S. exchange rate. So here are the proposed 2016 utility rates. Just a reminder that the bulk of the cost in the utility is heavily tied to costs coming from Calgary. The cost of water and sewer services from Calgary relate to about 42% of the entire expense budget for the utility. Rates are set to increase in Airdrie about 6.3% in 2016, And note there's no increase proposed for the environmental fee. Calgary has already approved their utility rates for 2016, and they are increasing by over 9%. This side just shows the impact, the average customer. The graph shows you that the bulk of the cost is water and sewer. The average utility bill with 15 cubic meters of water consumption is set to increase by just over $6 to $109.70. This slide just shows you a few of our comparisons with our benchmark communities for 2015. At the top, Airdrie rates in 2015 do remain below that of Calgary and St. Albert. And then the bottom graph just shows the proposed 2016 rates, as well as the approved 2016 Calgary rates for their residents. Just wanted to take a minute and go through a couple more slides, the important initiatives that we've been dealing with in 2015 and how they will affect your 2016 budget. As you all know, we went out to RFP about a year ago for an external rate review on the utility. 7 companies responded to that RFP, and the contract was awarded to Urban Systems. The key findings of the review were that we had a lack of policies in general. Our historical reserve contributions have not been tied to any long-term capital asset planning. We have a 10% contribution to our operating fund to cover any overhead expenses for the utility, but we have not tested this number to verify if it's too high or too low. The rate model was also very outdated and complex and not to the Canadian Waterworks Association standards in regards to allocating different rates to different size service connections. And we also do not have a separate stormwater utility. Currently, our stormwater costs are included with the sewer utility. Just wanted to go through and address each one of these quickly on how we're dealing with these issues going forward. Currently, we're working on establishing a fiscal sustainability framework for the utility with a goal of presenting that framework and a draft policy to Council in 2016. We have also linked the 2016 reserve contributions to amortization. Amortization is a way of recording the decreasing value of the asset over the useful life of that asset. For example, if we have a $50 million of certain type of pipe in the ground, and that useful life of that pipe is 50 years. We'd be amortizing about $1 million per year. So at the end of those 50 years, there's no value left of that asset as it requires a full replacement. That's just in simple terms. It's a little more complex than that. But by linking our reserve contributions to amortization, we are ensuring that by the time the full pipe needs replaced, we will have a portion of those funds set aside to replace the line. As you can imagine, the pipe 50 years ago is not near the same cost as what it would be today to replace, which is why the Canadian Waterworks Association is recommending municipalities get to the point where they're setting aside at minimum 150% of amortization annually to help cover the future costs of replacing this infrastructure. In regards to overhead costs, over the next 2 years, our goal is to get to the point where we're full costing the utility for all overhead, and the current 10% recovery method would be removed. Urban Systems has developed a new rate model that is built on the CWWA standards, and this model has been used to calculate the 2016 rates that I just showed you. And the last item in regards to the stormwater, I'll just go into a bit more detail on the next slide here. The last recommendation coming from the utility review is to complete a stormwater feasibility study. This is a really important environmental issue. When storms occur, rainwater can either soak back into the ground or run off impervious surfaces like roads, roofs, or parking lots, into stormwater systems, ditches, or directly into waterways. When water runs off these impervious surfaces, it can carry with it dirt, debris, bacteria, or chemicals like we mentioned earlier with the gas and oil that pollute these streams, ponds, and wetlands. Traditional engineered solutions such as storm drains and pipes are designed to collect and transfer this runoff. In some cases,
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. Lauren, we're looking forward with bated breath for your piece of the pie to come forward. And I will ask Council if there are any other questions as it related to the previous presentation. Let's get them out. You're okay? All right, perfect. Lauren, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mayor Brown and members of the Council Budget Committee. I'll be presenting this afternoon the Community Infrastructure Operating Budget. Also, I think as I've called it and Council's heard, it's the Moves, Grows, or Flows Department, especially if you include water services in there. starting on page 213 of your budget package. And again, just to recap, community infrastructure includes the following departments: Parks Development, Parks Operations, Fleet, Engineering Services, Planning, Common Services, and Public Works Roads. Just overall, key trends, and I don't think this is any surprise to council. The increasing population drives these frontline service areas. When we look at maintenance, repair and maintenance, that is also driven by the age of our infrastructure, fleet, and equipment. And an increasingly complex operational environment. I could certainly illustrate, I know I hear lots from our parks folks about, if I look at our, even some of our other infrastructure where additional reservoirs, lift stations coming online, and variety of different roadways, even, one-ways. We're trying to be innovative with our working with developers on road designs and so forth, and that does drive, things like green streets and so forth. So certainly a broader array of infrastructure these areas are tasked with maintaining. In terms of community infrastructure proper, about 21% of the city's manpower. Again, there is a linkage here to environmental services with the water services, waste and recycling folks. But community infrastructure proper is identified in your budgets here, has approximately 99 FTEs, and there are just under 4 FTEs being requested for 2016, and I'll run through those in the individual program areas. In terms of common services, and I would note that some of the, maybe I'll run through that in a moment here, but the actual proposed addition in this area is a 0.5 FTE safety and equipment trainer. And the purpose of that, we do have a 0.5, so essentially a seasonal trainer that assists mainly with our parks summer staff. It's an individual that we've been fortunate to have come back for repeat summers, so we've avoided some downtime in getting him up to speed. But this is really to provide intensive training opportunities with our park staff. That's what the current position is right now. What we're proposing is, just given the variety of equipment and some additional training requirements throughout the organization and in the roads areas, we are requesting a 0.5 addition to make a 1 FTE position for safety and equipment training. In terms of common services and year-over-year changes to this budget, I would note that we did do a reallocation. Some of our asset management functions are housed in this program, and I think originally last year the asset management admin assistant was coded to other different departments. It was broken out between, I believe it was roads, water services, and parks, and very early in the year we decided that it would be better to reallocate that particular position into common services because it is common to all of those frontline areas. And so that's driven about a $79,000 increase in this area. I also wanted to note that there are, Council was recently apprised of a FCM grant, and we do have some revenue associated here, $29,000 with that. There are, in the first year of that, increased expenditures in the amount of $50,000, and I think we see, I believe it's about another $120,000 that should be coming in as grant in 2017. We did have some additional increases, and these are certification programs with respect to road building and maintenance training. So typically that would be grader and hydrovac truck. Depending on the actual equipment trainer we get, we may be able to offset some of those expenses in that area. Do have just overall differences here: increase in insurance premiums, about $5,000, and COLA band and step movements in the amount of $31,000. In terms of fleet service, the one additional FT, there's two components of the 0.63 FTE ask in this area. 0.5 of that is proposed to be a fleet shop laborer, and what we're trying to achieve there is just under the theme of keeping the mechanics doing high-value work. We're looking at a shop laborer half-time to essentially wash equipment when it comes in, do shop cleanup, assorted parts, parts delivery runs, and so forth, as opposed to utilizing our mechanic staff for that. There is a 0.13 position, and this is on a receptionist, and it links in with what I spoke of earlier with procurement, accounts payable, waste and recycling, just housing a receptionist at 15 East Lake Hill. So this would attend to the portion that we're estimating could deal with fleet parts delivery and so forth. In terms of year-over-year changes, there was a decrease in internal recoveries, and there is a true-up process the city goes through to allocate what are appropriate costs, for instance, to transit, to fire, to our utilities area. And just through that process, it was deemed that some of the non-supported departments, for instance, parks and roads, should assume a bigger portion of that share in the amount of $67,000. There was a removal of a one-time draw on reserves for a fall arrest system that has influenced how this appears in your budget sheet as revenue. COLA band step movements, $36,000 increase. I spoke briefly to the staffing addition. And there was a $34,000 year-over-year impact for the 2015 position hired in mid-year in this area. Public Works, roadways, and there was a minor adjustment here, and I think part of that spoke to reallocating that asset management admin, taking that out of there. In terms of specific program changes or funding changes in this area, we did lose basic municipal transportation grant funding, which was provincially provided previously. That's resulted in a $65,000 reduction in revenue in this area. Council did last year approve additional snow and ice personnel, and we are seeing the full year impact in approximately $80,000 for that staffing hire carrying forward from last year. We have gone to, and I know we approached council with the enhanced levels of service following the winter experience of 2013. So what we have undertaken is an RFP process to essentially have additional contract forces on standby for extraordinary events. We're not talking about a typical storm by any stretch, but if many of you can recall, I think what drove the change in this was the 2013 storm and needing some additional options and things in the toolbox. What we're estimating with this is that we're estimating the increased cost for whether it's contract retainer or some equivalent form, and we're still not at the point we finalized that discussion, but we are anticipating it'll be about $100,000 increase to have that enhanced level of service available for the community. We have here increased support for drainage and rural roadway failures, about $60,000. There was an offsetting reduction here in debenture payment. I don't have the information on exactly which debenture dropped off there. COLA band step movements, $12,000 increase. Traffic signal maintenance for $5,000. Line marking program, and certainly we're getting a fair amount of feedback and wanting to enhance our efforts in this area from a safe roadways perspective. So an additional $15,000 being proposed in that area. Traffic sign life cycle repairs and replacements for a $10,000 increase, and then with again with our new development adding streetlights into our inventory, there is a hit on the power consumption given the increased number of streetlights in the amount of about $140,000.
Your Worship, can I just
Absolutely, Alderman Chapman, go ahead.
on the streetlights, Lauren?
Yes.
Through the chair, sorry. Are we looking at energy efficient streetlights now? Have we gone to LED streetlights or anything, or just curious about that?
Through the chair, yes, we have. So for instance, the South Windsong development is being lit with LED lights. What we have talked in conjunction with Fortis is the strategy is if we were sort of midway through a collector roadway or that kind of thing, we didn't want to change lighting levels midway through a key piece of roadway, but for any new development going forward on a NSP level, we want to include LED lights as the norm. I think 4 to 5 years down the road, when I would hope that we would be able to reevaluate with some new funding streams and evolutions in the lighting design to see if we could move in that direction.
Perfect. You're talking about whatever it was there, $22.50 a month per light or whatever it was. Is there any cost savings? Because LEDs are far less maintenance. They last, so many more hours. Is there any savings that way in the life cycle of the LEDs?
Through the chair, the advice we hear from Fortis currently is that there are a fair number of claims being made about the life cycle of new LED products, and they've been, I think, quite active in evaluating those. They're saying in a number of cases the manufacturer's claims haven't necessarily met the reality, but they're also saying that the state of the industry has evolved such that they're seeing better quality products, and I think that we're probably not far away. I mean, that's part of the discussion we've had. Fortis is saying they're not quite at the point where they can accept that claim, but from the trajectory of what's been happening, they do believe that might be something that could be factored into future rates as well.
Alderman Coulson, please.
Thank you. Just on that, wouldn't it, I mean, it's not in Fortis's best interest if everything goes to LED, because their revenues would be cut down too, wouldn't it?
Through the chair, not necessarily. I think Fortis's key role is as a wires provider.
Okay.
So the actual energy consumption I think comes through the retailer of our choice. I believe we do have a contract in place for somebody right now. But my sense in talking to Fortis is their bread and butter is the wires and the
So
the
we
pole itself.
can't, on an existing road, go from what we had, like the standard streetlights to LED? It would have to be rewired completely?
Through the chair, no, there would be no need to rewire. You're talking on a new development basis?
Well, no, but you said that we wouldn't take an existing road and then switch to LED halfway down the line, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Through the chair, the strategy we've talked about from a staff perspective is if you're, say for instance, you're in a new development area and 2/3 or 3/4 of your collector roadway to somewhere has been lit in high pressure sodium, the standard Cobra head, we're mindful of having a very distinct break point in lighting levels for a driver coming through that area because it is a brighter, whiter light. So we're trying to find key, if you can do it at a key intersection, we're considering that, but we didn't want to change it sort of mid-block through, for instance, a collector roadway.
That makes more sense, because I was thinking, why wouldn't we just switch over automatically? But okay, thank you.
It was, through the chair, it was just really a matter of, for the driver experience driving through, not to, have too much of a variation in lighting levels and in a very abrupt transition.
So in our new developments coming online, will it all be LED?
That's correct. So the South Windsong, for instance, is one that right from the outset has been throughout is LED lighting.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and Lanark as well, Lauren?
The direction we've given to the development industry and to Fortis is any new NSP area should be lit entirely exclusively with LED lights.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Nope, please continue.
Planning and development, and I did want to note and tie into Lucy's comments as well as what this budget does entail is a fairly consistent revenue source with respect to planning permit fees and revenues. So some of the changes in revenues that are outlined here, maybe I'll just fast forward here. There are not any staffing changes proposed in this area, but there were some one-time carry forward grants that are reflected in the numbers you get. So there were a number of project-specific works that were funded from a draw on reserves, and that's why you see the main difference in around $150,000 in terms of a revenue difference year over year. Overall in this area, though, on the expenditure side, we are seeing a minor reduction in spending on studies in the amount of $14,000, and COLA band step movements for this area, approximately $64,000. I did note here that 2014, or pardon me, in the 2016 budget, there is a grant reduced to attributable to not hiring an intern that currently exists in that department, and I think that was an impact of about $24,000 as well. In terms of engineering services, there is a proposed 0.5 capital project manager, and again, this is to be shared with the water and sewer utilities to focus on delivery of major capital projects. So that is a 0.5 FTE increase. It is offset, and obviously there's a difference in salary range here, but engineering did propose to, if successful in getting that position, to remove the summer student that equates to a 0.35 FTE currently. Overall impacts year over year in this area. There have been some decreased revenues forecast, just essentially less acreage thought to be developed here. That impacted revenue by about $55,000. Fewer grants, which essentially link into any grant-funded studies or levy-funded studies. There's just fewer of them being delivered, proposed for 2016. And there was a one-time carry forward 2014 carry forward that shows as a reduction of approximately $917,000 that was used to fund various studies in 2015. In terms of overall expenditure, just given the completion of a number of key studies, and Council will recall things like utility master plan and so forth, that shows as reduced expenditures in the amount of about $1.09 million. There is, if you look at the chart, there is a spike proposed in 2017 in terms of the cost for the overall net cost for this area. We did do some additional, had some additional discussion, and I think we just, we didn't fully capture some of the offsite levy funded or grant funded studies that would be occurring. So that number will be coming down as we, in subsequent years.
Lauren, Alderman Haig has a question for you.
Thanks. So, Lauren, can you go, you mentioned about a summer student, engineering summer student, that you're adding one, or you're taking one away, I thought I heard.
Taking one away.
So, with the reinstatement of the STEP grant, would that be a possibility in helping assist for funding in that at all?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of
So
your question.
would the reinstatement by the provincial government with the STEP grant, would that assist in reinstating that position at all? Like, does it even touch what the salary would be for that engineering student?
I'm not sure we can apply for this. Do we get STEP money, Lucy? I didn't think so.
I'll just add that we, in the past, have applied for a STEP grant, have received STEP grants. So as far as I know, it's the same conditions as it was previously. So I am anticipating that we will then again apply for STEP grant dollars. We mostly use that money to offset parks, and I don't to say that maybe an engineering student may apply, may actually be one that we can apply against that grant. But definitely in the future, we will look to trying to draw on that grant. But I'm not sure whether the need in engineering would speak to a student coming in. So we could get grant.
Through the chair, I like the idea. If we were able to retain that, because this was the first year that we were successful in having that summer student, and we got I believe it was a second-year engineering student, and added a good value, particularly in our peak summer season as well. So I think that's a good thing for us to pursue. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, please continue, Lauren.
parks operation, we're seeing approximately a 3% year-over-year increase in net costs in this area. There are two FTE additions being proposed. One of those is a 1.0 FTE summer gardener, and I guess I just want to be clear that we're seeing that as one FTE, but it would be on a summer coverage basis, so we're hoping essentially to hire 3 summer students for a 4-month term. And also a 1.0 FTE irrigation crew leader. And I guess really both of those are driven by growth. I know City Manager Schultz in his introductory comments alluded to the 3,800 new residents we have. And I equate that, I guess if you visualize that, to adding another crossfield or car stairs and the green spaces that they have to that are so key to their community. We've obviously got stats we've tracked here specific to our community as well, but the short story is we are obviously maintaining increased acreages of parkland, green spaces, boulevards, and so forth. When we actually look at greater level of detail on the operating cost trend here, we are seeing an increase in joint use charges from our joint use sites, so about a $14,000 increase. Minor reduction in a draw on reserves. We've seen the staffing increase proposed, approximately impact of $119,000. This is one area I know after significant discussion with finance, we're proposing an increased contribution to reserves for future capital needs. That's impacted this cost center by about $100,000. We've seen reduced expenses in contract and general services, $84,000. Reduced materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, $16,000 reduction. COLA band step movements, $52,000 increase. Reduction in long-term debt of $20,000 and $11,000 reduction in contribution to capital here. I would note that the reduction in contracted and general services was largely due to one-time projects in 2015. And similarly, the reductions in materials, goods, and supply, we did have some one-time costs in 2015. I think it was probably a 2-year program to install water meters in all of our park sites so we could better monitor that.
Alderman Haig.
Thanks, Your Worship. So where would I address trees in here? The replacement of trees? Is it in?
We would have that
portion?
in the specific detail areas here. I do
And
believe.
I looked sort of in our binders. So this is where I asked that question, and I guess. Okay, thank you. So I'm just noticing over time, and I think I understand. You know, when we plant new trees, I think we have a year warranty on them or whatever. I believe, correct? And I notice sometimes they're replaced, sometimes they're not. And I guess I'm seeing on some of our boulevards, trees that were there and not being replaced as well too. And I guess my question is the plan to reduce the number of trees along pathways in certain areas and boulevards? I understand the parts where they're blocking views. They started out as small little trees and turned into these larger trees, and they need to be moved because people can't see making turns and things like that. But what is the policy? Have we cut back on that, or is the plan to increase that?
Through the chair, and there's probably a couple of different components to that. On a new development perspective, it's not uncommon we would have, because we do have a tough environment for trees in this community. It's not uncommon we will have developers, I guess if I use the term overplant trees, and so there would be a basic, or there's a minimum level of tree installs they have to do, and it's not uncommon they would, for instance, overplant by 20% or so, expecting that some of those trees during that maintenance period would die off. And I know we've received feedback from the community because they look great going in, and even though there might be 20% less trees a year or two later, they would still meet the minimum requirement, but if you're a resident that backs onto that area, it would seem like there's fewer trees and that would be correct, but developers are meeting their requirements for minimum planting. In terms of what this program supports, which is outside of the development realm, we have had very stable funding in this. It is, I guess we're mindful at the administrative level. I don't think we've increased this program for tree replacement, urban forestry in probably a couple of years. The current year funding, I believe, is $130,000. And I think we've maintained that for at least the last 2 or 3 or perhaps even more. It is a challenge. I know that our arborist and park staff will prioritize the resources that they're given, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be able to hit every tree that needs to be replaced. So there is a bit of a queue, if you will, in that regard. I don't have specific information at my fingertips. If council would like some more information, in terms of what that backlog looks like, could certainly provide that for further discussion and deliberation by council. I will tell you, without a doubt, through the chair, that we do entirely expend our tree budget every year.
And I believe that. and I hear what you're saying, and I just sort of think back to what was the blight we had a few years ago, and had a bunch of tree replacement that had to be done there. So if we could get that information, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Haig. I've got Alderman Chapman first and Alderman Colson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair, Lauren, we've got lots of new communities coming online, beautiful parks, beautiful communities. Love what the developers are doing with these parks. How much of a challenge is it for parks with these beautiful parks are developing with all these bushes, all these trees? Does that cut into, like, if you look at some of the older communities, yeah, you've got a neighborhood park, but it's basically just a green space, might have a swing set in the middle, but some of the new communities are just putting in these, multi-level parks, and there's hills, and there's tobogganing hills coming up now in one, and
through the chair, have you got an hour? Because this is a very active discussion, certainly with our Parks Department, through the chair, and it does create a very interesting. I'm not sure dilemma is the right word, but I think it's great. We've got developers who want to create premier parks in our community, and I think it's good for them in terms of marketing. It encourages pride of ownership, and I mean, the residents in some of those communities love their parks. It can also, though, so and maybe just an example of that, Cooper's Crossing and their pathway system. Certainly, we would have, from a parks perspective, a minimum amount of planting required. That particular area and others like it significantly exceed that, to the extent that our parks guys are going, should we have a maximum standard, because this is, we're hitting this, and there's, the amount of shrub beds and the manual maintenance that requires is significant. It's something I think we need to spend a little more time on. I will tell you, though, that in the case of Cooper's Crossing, we have had direct discussions with the developer. They acknowledge and they provide some contributions, for instance, flowers at entry locations and so forth, but beyond that, they've actually approached us and said it's important enough to us as developers in this area to see if we can get, an enhanced level of service. They've indicated a willingness to directly fund, in that case, perhaps 2 park staff for the summer. That would be, we would hire, we would manage, they would directly fund the salaries for that. And so I think that's a model that we're probably going to have to start to move towards in other areas, because we do have a variety of older parks, newer parks. I can tell you for sure the more intensive park spaces we've got, and again, I can think of Ravenswood, Cooper's Crossing, not only on the shrub beds and the plantings and the gazebos, there is an increased cost to maintain those. So I wouldn't say we're fully where we need to be in that area. We are starting some discussions, and I think we've got some ideas where we're going to need to move towards, whether it's homeowners association funding or that kind of thing, or we make the determination that, I've also heard the argument that those enhanced park spaces add to assessment value, and maybe we should just be covering those as part of normal ongoing operations. So there is a bit of a philosophical range of how that plays out. I wouldn't say we've landed anywhere yet, but at least I think we're making some progress, for instance, in the case of Cooper's Crossing, to see if that type of model might be right for our community.
It doesn't surprise me to hear that about that developer. Has there been any other developers that have even been approached or it's been broached? You know, what do you think of this idea of?
Through the chair, I think that in cases where there are particular structures involved, those have been the subject of specific agreements between parks and the developer for, you know, for instance, if there's increased maintenance on a gazebo or entryway feature. I think beyond that, it's probably been more of a general discussion. I couldn't tell you offhand if to what extent we've rolled up our sleeves with other developers to the same extent we have with Westmark Developments.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad something's happening there.
Alderman Coulson.
Thank you. Just going back to Alderman Haig about the trees, is there a life cycle for those mature neighborhoods? Like when you see those big trees come down, it's a shame to see a little tree in their place when you know they're going to come down. Should we be planting now beside them? Do we do that?
Through the chair, I think that we rely on, for any trees in public spaces, those will be, I guess, monitored by our arborists and as we do tree pruning and so forth to determine the health of the trees. I can think of some situations like, for instance, in the vicinity of the Plainsman Arena, where we probably waited a little bit too long. We were fearful of pruning back or removing some trees to the extent that I think one of the trees actually fell down on us, and that was our call to action in that regard. Realistically, I don't think we've with the funding levels we've had in that area, we haven't gone in and preemptively installed trees before cutting down, you know, overly matured or decaying trees. That's something we could work towards in the future. I just think right now we've been challenged to keep up with the trees that.
Yeah, like even at Nose Creek, we see some dead spruce and pine that are just sitting there. But yeah.
So to answer the question through the chair, no, we haven't. While we may have thought about it, we haven't made any tangible movement in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Please continue, Lauren.